Well, good day. Beelzer, what up, dude? Coming in, taking J-Man's second. I love it. I love it. Well played, well played. Pancakes, fuck off. Congratulations on first. Just kidding. Just kidding. So, Villager, I'm sure you've been watching Star Citizen Live. I'm sure you're probably still watching it. I think it's still going. We about to watch it from the beginning. I caught a little bit of it, but definitely need to watch the whole thing. So that is going to be what we are going to start off with today. Going to attempt a Star Citizen day. We'll see how it goes. You never know. It is quite unpredictable. So yeah, I guess let's jump over here. And let's see. Window. One. Yeah. There we go. There we go. Cool beans. It's not delivery. It's Buongiorno. We're probably gonna have to have the VOD catch up because this is only a certain portion of it. I don't think it's on. Still going, I'm assuming, so it's probably not on YouTube yet. So we're just gonna start from here, and then we'll catch up once we reach the end of this part. Make sure this is muted. All right. Hello, everybody.
Hi there.
Oh.
We're back. Yes, take a moment and accept that this is my actual face. I apologize to any children and small animals that it may frighten.
One of these days, I'm going to come on stream, and I'm going to look just like that.
I've got a little bit of a speech here before we begin. Let's see if I can get through without messing up. Probably not. It's a new year. And those that have followed the project for a while can tell you that the first couple months of any year at CIG is a period of examination, of planning, and of taking those triumphs and lessons alike from the previous year and using them to chart an improved and refined way forward for the continuing development of Star Citizen and Squadron 42. So far, so good. And this year, we've set the focus of those efforts early with December's letter from the chairman, where CEO and founder of the company, Chris Roberts, stated his intention to evolve both the existing patch release cadence and the content within for Star Citizen away from the previous new feature-laden model and into a more content-driven and stability-focused endeavor. So, sitting here right now, what the hell does that really mean? Does it mean that we wave a magic wand and it all gets better in a single monthly patch like last week's 401? No, of course not. Does it mean holding patches back for 3, 4, 5 months at a time with no new content until there's a perfect release? Not quite, because we still need to make new stuff to feed the beast, and as many of you already know, while PTU and Tech Preview have their valuable and essential uses, they will still never reach the concurrency numbers of Live Alpha. And it is all too often the stresses of that high concurrency Live Alpha that ultimately reveal the true underlying sources of problems beneath for a project like this. So, if patches are going to keep coming no matter what, then what's actually changing this year? So like everything else in Star Citizen, I'm certain this too will continue to expand and mature as we move throughout the year. But in its simplest terms, what this means is pulling engineers and programmers off of a lot of the new fancy feature work they've always been on and putting them on less sexy but more quality of life driven efforts like rebuilding elevators and transit to better work with the realities of server meshing, fixing issues where your hangar eats your ship and your cargo disappears, finally introducing some version of unique item recovery as quickly and as efficiently as we can, and much, much more. It means a greater focus on refining the gameplay that's already there in the persistent universe, and less time spent on continuously introducing the instability of a multitude of brand new features every 3 months or so. It also means a new content and gameplay delivery schedule intricately tied to the introduction of new ongoing story narratives for the persistent universe that allow you as players to reshape the galaxy around you, beginning with 401, and the faction warfare that will change Pyro by the end of this year. So what? No more new features? No. It just means that we're going to continue to work on new gameplay like resource network, crafting, and base building in the background, and do it slower, more deliberately, and with more time to cook. It means these new features not coming out as quickly as originally planned, because the same super talented engineers and programmers that used to be working on those will now be focused on fixing what's essentially already there first. And when these new features are ready to do so, they'll go into expanded, dedicated tech preview testing instead of the PU to ensure their functionality and stability. Ultimately, this year is a recommitment to our desire to make Star Citizen a place where everyone can live out their sci-fi dreams, whether they're industrial, commercial, civil, impartial, or controversial, simply about traversal or other people's dispersal, but always universal and hopefully with little to no reversal. And to do so with an ambitious monthly patch cadence focused on content, not features, that we hope brings with it new places to go, new things to do, and new fixes to the issues that have often hampered the experience in the past. I got cute there for a minute, so I'm just going to explain it again just to be clear. Monthly patches with little to no brand new features causing brand new instabilities, instead full of progressive bug fixes and refactors that will build over time, and with new story-driven content primarily utilizing game systems already in place that will continue developing the stories of Stanton and Pyro and beyond, of factions and sandworms and science run amok and more, including new in-game adventures and discoveries along the way. And that last part is super relevant to you and me and our relationship, and why I'm talking so much right now. Quiet. That's not true. I've never needed a reason to talk this much. With this next evolution of Star Citizen's development meaning a more content-driven, in-universe experience, and with big feature work taking a back seat to fixing what's already there and then moving into the public tech preview development environment once it's ready farther down the line, so too must our weekly video offerings change. And to preserve that discovery of new story, to evade spoiling the outcome of new content, and to avoid doing 5 weeks of consecutive shows that all basically say, every engineer is working on elevators in transit right now, we're making changes to the weekly ISC and SCL content and cadence. So like everything else that continues to evolve and change as the year goes on, we'll be bringing Inside Star Citizen and Star Citizen Live together on Thursdays. We're going to be adding a new Behind the Ship series and alternating between them as the stories we want to tell each week demands. For instance, last week was BTS Fortune on Tuesday. This week, we're having Chief Technology Officer Benoit Beauséjour, who's sitting patiently to my right here on SCL, for an in-depth chat about 4.0 preview, why it was done and how it helped the project, how we used to work, how we're going to work going forward, answer questions about this new focus on stability going forward, and I've even pulled an extensive list of JIRAs that we're going to go over to find out what the heck is really going on with some of these persistent bugs. And then next week, you'll get another BTS show on the upcoming Super Hornet Mark II on Tuesday, and then an ISC on Thursday, where we'll dive deeper into what the content-driven side of this new initiative really means. We're going to recap the story so far and look at how the storylines of the Persistent Universe will begin to take shape later this year.
I'm going to pause Tangia for right now. No Horse Citizen today. Well, we'll either pick that up later today or tomorrow.
So like the recent cancellation of the Lunar New Year free fly was done to avoid further destabilizing the current Star Citizen experience for our players, this change to our programming will provide a multitude of benefits for our players and developers, allowing us to preserve the full experience of the content work for a proper in-game discovery by you, but just as importantly, letting the devs keep much of their focus, frankly, where we all think it should be, on making Star Citizen and Squadron 42 everything we all want it to be. And with fewer distractions by me, the guy they've all come to fear and dread whenever I walk over to their desk. Except you. You don't get to escape. You're mine. Now, there will still be videos dedicated to the making of Star Citizen, just fewer than before. There will still be new ships added to the verse. Most will just use existing gameplay systems to avoid creating instability wherever possible. There will be more patches than ever before, approximately once a month. We're currently counting about 10 over the course of the year. full of bug fixes and new story-driven content, and there's going to be fewer big-ticket features that we're used to in the past being introduced until things are shored up. In short, too late. It's going to be a very interesting year to be certain. And yeah, this is a lot of talk, to which I'm just going to say, yeah, this is a talk show. It's what we do on SEO. The ultimate proof of these efforts will be seen little by little, month after month, over the course of this entire year. And we hope you'll join us and continue to support us on this new adventure towards a more stable universe. So with that, I'm going to take a drink and we'll get started with the show proper. Roll the cue card. The top. I thought about pre-recording it, but I didn't.
We're doing it live.
Oh, one take Huckabee. Hi, everybody. Welcome to
There it
Star
is.
Citizen
There's
Live.
the
I'm
hi,
your host,
everybody.
Jared Huckabee. And if you've never seen Star Citizen Live before, well, this is a really interesting one to start on. This is our special edition, A More Stable Universe episode with me and Chief Technology Officer Benoit Beausejour. Benoit, I've been talking too much. Say something.
Hi, everybody.
How you doing, Benoit?
I'm good. I'm good.
So for anyone who doesn't know you, let's start us off, explain who you are and why you're the person that's here talking to us today on this show.
So I'm the Chief Technology Officer, or as the acronym means, Chaos Team Organizer. And so my job is to now lead the engineers in their development efforts, but also in the development of the Star Engine and also both games, right? To make sure that engineers know what they have to do, that they have the tools to do it, and that they have the right priorities overall based on the two projects.
So this show is going to go a bit longer than normal. We're going to break it into a couple different sections. We're going to talk about a few different aspects of development. And then for the latter half of the show, we are literally going to bring up Jira's on my screen, and we're going to talk to him about all the most pressing bugs. Well, not all of them, but many of the most pressing bugs, and find out what the heck's going on. But before we get to that, I want to talk about how we used to work, then talk about this big change that's going into effect this year, so on and so forth. So let's start with the old ways. Let's start back at the end of last year with 4.0 and the 4.0 preview. Over the last 2 months, we've seen a lot of opinions online about how that went and why we did things the way that we did. So you tell us, why did we choose, what did we learn from 4.0? 4.0 was in testing for 3 months before it went to preview, and then we left it on for another month and a half. How did this process go?
Well, so during the development of 4.0, there was a lot of new technology coming on, right? So it's a major patch that changes a lot of the fundamentals.
Again.
Obviously, throughout the year,
Again.
we've been developing server meshing.
I mean, we all saw it coming.
On server meshing. And so getting to the end of that process, basically exiting the tech preview streams, coming back with the 4.0 content, was a major endeavor to synchronize all that, make sure the new content that was produced fit with the technology, or that it was working. Even results that we got with the 3.24 release, for example, were completely, obscured by the new content, right? And so at the end of the year, we took a decision to split the two releases, right? So
to leave 3.24 up,
correct.
Put 4.0 in a preview.
Correct, because as we were getting closer to the end of the year, right, and time's running out, what we knew from the integrations is that the patch was not quite ready because we needed more concurrency on it to discover more issues, and we were at the maximum of what our PTU concurrency could actually deliver. And so, but we knew it wasn't ready for a live release because we want to be fair with our assessment of where the patch was at. We knew there was some egregious issues that we have yet to discover. I'll talk a bit later about the fog of war of crashes. And so we decided to go with the lesser of known of the two problems, which was leave 3.24 live for players to enjoy it in a stable release, right? But at the same time, give them access to a 4.0 preview. Now, since we had taken the decisions months ago that the 4.0 patch was going to be a full wipe, that gave us the ability to basically preview the patch, but allowing you guys to keep your persistent progress in the preview as we move up to, at some point, bring 4.0 on the live environment. So overall, I think that was a very difficult decision to do this option for us, but I think it was the best for the project because it allowed us to de-risk a little bit the .0 initial release, which had a lot of issues even during the preview. A lot of the Skeleton Crew teams worked throughout the break to actually document, hotfix some of those issues as well, and help players that got into weird situations. And start the ball rolling for the year with already like important fixes to the underlying technology.
So 2 follow-up questions to what you just said. You said that the clock was ticking.
Yeah.
What clock? Did 4.0 have to go out before December? That itself is a decision that was questioned by many people, internally and externally. What is this clock you were talking about?
Well, in this case, it's like our project is different from other game projects in that we need to release the code at some point to be able to move on to bigger projects. And the PTU is a great process for us, but it does have its limits. At some point, we gain nothing from additional PTU builds because things function well at that level of concurrency. And we need way more concurrency to go up. Even when we plan patches, we know at which moments.
The problem is there's PTU patches where things don't work well.
For 4.0, we kind of ran out of gas
in the PTU with that low concurrency, and then they still push it to live anyway.
Hump over the edge to get the technology out, bigger concurrency, and the ability to fix it in order to then plan for the release.
So you said things run well. Not everything was running well,
No.
but. It's what we've said before. It's what I said at the beginning of the show. Sometimes you can't find those underlying problems that are causing it to run less than well until you get that concurrency up.
Correct.
So to that end, wouldn't it have made more sense to just take 324 down and force everybody into 4.0 like we've done every other December in the past?
Right, that was our typical decision. Typically, was to just go for it. Right. In this case, I think it shows a change of mentality, which is that we're trying to respect our live environment a bit more. And so the decision was taken to just allow players to keep playing 324 as even a fallback or as their primary play environment if they preferred.
Yeah, problem was 324 was also
jump on the preview
not great.
And then just see, try the new content out, but then always have your stable experience to go back to.
Stable.
But realistically,
what about that?
And for the next couple of hours, you're going to get a lot of questions.
I know, sure.
Who in their right mind was going to log into 324 with 4.0 sitting right there? Like who drives up to Disneyland and with Disneyland right there goes to California Adventure instead? Did we actually, was anything gained by doing this really?
Yeah, like overall, throughout the break, right, during the 4.0 preview, there was actually a fairly large contingent of players still playing 324. Now, it might have been because of some of the issues at launch, right? So they fall back on the 324 batch, right? Which was a bit the safety net that we wanted to provide. But you're right, of course, we were banking on the fact that people would go on the 4.0 preview to give us that concurrency, but at the same time, we wanted to give them an escape hatch.
Sounds a little bit like we were trying to have our cake and eat it too.
A little bit, but I think previously we would have just gone with the 4.0 live at the end of December, which would have been a major issue, and a lot of players wouldn't have been able to play during the break.
Okay. So we made this decision. What did we gain from it? Over the holidays, over the second half of December and all through January until 401, what did we gain from running these two separate environments?
Well, we've been able to actually do a lot of live comparisons of the two workloads, which was very interesting. In fact, obviously the 4.0 preview workload was bigger than the 324 one, but we were kind of able to compare both. We did gain the ability to fix early some of the most egregious issues that would have been a real complete disaster otherwise, right? That showed up with the concurrency. I'll talk a bit more about those. Actually, we're going to dive into that quite a bit. And so what we've gained is the ability to provide a test environment that was bigger while allowing players to keep an escape hatch and then compare both builds.
So that's the preview versus 324. And I wanted to get that out of the way. But let's go back to just 4.0 itself. Yeah. 4.0 started testing, I think it was in Evocati in October. Went to Wave 1 in November. We left it in Tech Preview over December and in January. that's about 4 months.
Yeah.
That's about 4 months of testing. Did we fix anything?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We
Because
fixed a lot of things.
here's the thing. I know what the answer is. I'm being a little cheeky with you and everything. But it's hard not to look at the community and look at the sentiment, look at YouTube and Twitch and Spectrum and Reddit and everyone else. And if you took a real cursory first glance, it looked like, what the F were we doing for 4 months?
Sure.
What the F were we doing for 4 months, Benoit?
All right. Well, so September, October, November, December, right? So since September, we started the Real Avocado in October, correct? And so for these 4 months, the majority of the development was aimed at finishing the features to make sure that they were server meshing compatible. So we still had a server meshing playtest.
It's still not done.
Or the beginning of October, right? That was the final one before.
Or if
we
it's
actually
done, it's bugged
integrated
because
the streams.
so many missions
so
are not working.
Then came some
or
realizations.
don't even show.
We were very happy with some of the tests that we've done. We've identified all the issues with our server meshing tests. We knew what we had to do, and then we came back to the main line from the 324 content, and we started running server meshing in Pyro. And major issues started to show up. When we started the PTU at beginning of October, the first PTU was an absolute disaster. All of the metrics that we had captured in 324, and we were like, yeah, these look good, were completely off the charts with the 4.0 content. Same technology, same code base, but completely new content. And so we realized that the size of the levels were different, the way the content was created was a bit different, and that had major implications on the streaming and replication systems. And so if some of you guys were part of the first couple of Evocati builds or large PTUs in October, the network performance was absolutely horrendous because, and I can jump into an anecdote, I do have my notes because we've got a long show to go through, so I'm going to be referring to some of those, but basically there was a new change in the engine where we tried to optimize some of the way we deal with streaming radius. And streaming radius is a bit of a problem in every game, right? Or it's basically the radius of objects, and you decide what you're going to load based on this, based on your viewpoint, which is a typical issue in games, right? For performance reasons. In Star Citizen, it is a much bigger impact because the streaming radius actually affect what your client is going to load in, what the hybrid, which is the replication server in the middle, needs to replicate, and what the game server is going to also have to provide, right, and simulate. And so there was an issue resulting from one of the engine optimizations where, now I'm going to say the final solution, not the how we got there. We had to investigate this for several days to find it. But basically, the way we compound and aggregate objects would actually inflate the bounds of things. And so the new locations in Pyro would actually have a radius of several 100,000 kilometers. And so basically what the result was every game client in Pyro was basically binding a very large part of the environment. And that created the work on the hybrid service, which needs to replicate this data upwards of 15 to 20 megabits per client across. Megabits, yeah, which is, in the case of our messaging, is substantial. And so, obviously, in those cases, interaction lag, up the wazoo, nothing was functional. And so we lost several amounts of times there, but we learned a couple of lessons, which are going to inform some of the changes we'll be doing this year. But so that was the beginning of the 4.0 journey, right?
Sounds about right,
build,
because that bug would happen when you get down to the planet. Like if you were just kind of around the planet, you'd be okay, but once you were like down in there,
another thing that couldn't be discovered until scaled
whatever
up.
that shit was going on.
And then, well, in this case, it's a combination of scale and content, right?
But the content scaled up.
Yeah, well, in this case, it's literally scaled up, which caused the streaming problem, right? So that's a quick anecdote. What else we've been doing on starting from there was we've established our player counts for launch, right? So from the testing, we decided to shoot for a 500 player shard with basically a 500 what we call soft cap and 600 player cap, which gives us some flexibility in matchmaking players on and off. That number felt good for several reasons, performance, but also and headroom, but also the kind of the ability for the game itself to support that amount of players. So the amount, I've talked about this before in some of my server meshing reports, but the amount of gateways we have for hangars. How many hangar holes are there around stations, right? For
I'd say when you have about between 500 and 600 people,
with more players, right
there's
now,
no shortage of running into people in the verse. Like it felt like things were populated most of the time.
And then the team set up to finalize
When you have
the
that many
latest
people on one server.
elements that we've identified during the test to launch. So I've talked about network bind optimizations before, so that had to be completed. So this was a full, solid month of work to keep optimizing the network bind so that we stopped having these quick stalls. That was a very large one. Another piece of this was the teleport API. Now, I know that sounds, what is this magic, right? In a normal game server, teleporting objects is very simple because the server has all the entities in memory and you're like, just move there. Our teleport API needs to support cross-server teleportation of an object, right? So an object that's in Stanton technically can be teleported through the APIs on another another server in the shard. And so the teleport API had to be kind of finished. There are several systems that use this. For example, common example is if you die and we need to respawn your character, we need to move your player from where he died to where he needs to respawn. And that can be completely anywhere, right? So we don't know what game server will have it. And so in this case, the teleport API had to be kind of finished. So that's part of the work that was done in those 4 months for launch. The other one was the territory configuration. So if you followed the development during the last couple months, we went at some point from the typical small shard of like 2 servers and 400 players. And at some point, we exploded the size of the shards. That's because our new territory configuration came into play. And that's how we were able to experiment and come to the final level of the shards that we have now, which is basically we have 5 servers on each side of the star system. So each star system has its own space server. We call it the space server for now. It's just a cool name because they treat the open space and the jump gates. But then after that, every major planet has its own game server that's dedicated to its zone. And so that really opened the shards up, and we were truly now in full server meshing mode. Obviously, a lot of issues came from that, not from the configuration, but from having more servers would have ripple effects on how the entity and the game would actually behave. So we had to touch that. We also identified something that we were not able to finish for 4.0, which was the culling of instance interiors. So, and I'll talk a lot more about hangars later, but basically, when you hear someone in another hangar, that's network instance calling, right? So we'll talk about that in a bit. Now, one of the big fears that we had for 4.0 was that, of course, it's the debut of server meshing. It's a brand new, deployment for the game. It's a lot of technology change, but there's always a subtext that performance is going to get better if we go server meshing, right? And the reality is the initial test showed that it did not. Now, not because of our assumptions were incorrect, but because, as always, when you don't completely drive on the performance, it tends to get worse. And so we mobilized everybody, like the entire company, basically, all the engineers, right? Where we started a series of, I called them Joker card initiatives, right? So several teams during the last push received the Joker card. And what that allows them to do is to cut the red tape. So, for example, the network team had the Joker card. They could request anything from any team and get priority. And that allowed them to really move forward on their changes and their fixes. And so we started a bunch of those Joker card initiatives on performance specifically. And so every single day we would take captures. We would review hundreds and hundreds of captures, identify code parts that needed fixing, and then literally without a big process, right? So we've cut the process down. You talked about JIRAs earlier, right? This part of the process, no JIRA, right? And we just called out, here's a performance hotspot. And then directors from the company, our amazing tech teams and our engineers just jump on those things and go, I know what to do, optimize, next batch, right? And we kept grinding like this. to really make sure that we could deliver above 15 to 20 FPS per server, at least, right, to get started. And we want to go even further, but that was kind of our target, was to deliver something where we're no longer dipping under 10 at all, ever, right? And so, for example, the AI team discovered through this process that there was a very large navigation mesh generation that was directly on the main thread that cost us 15 to 20, sometimes milliseconds, which is, the frame budget's 33, right? And so, but the response from the teams were amazing. They rapidly refactored and optimized really key pieces of code to shave on these things. That made a very big difference. Out of these Joker card initiatives, I'm going to jump into the important ones. Physics is a very big issue for our servers. I've said that before. Not because our physics code is terrible, and in fact, it's great, but we demand a lot from it. And we started to look into, well, what's going on here? Why is it costing us so much? And so we really profiled on that side quite a bit together as a team. So one of the things to remember
Physics
here
in Star Citizen are some of the worst I've seen in any game I've ever played.
Persist, right? If
I don't think anybody's going to forget that
they persist.
bugs persist.
And so, but what I mean by that in this case is, if I spawn an object, intersecting with this desk, right? In any other game, when the map reloads, these objects are no longer colliding and we're good, right? In Star Citizen, those things will stay in complete intersection in the database and in the shard and in its persistence forever, right? And the physics code tries to solve this, right? And that's what's costing us performance in big parts, right? And so we started this Joker card initiative that we call the Physics Expensive Event Resolution. And so it's about the physics engine detecting these things, which it already did, but now raising it for resolution, saying, I need a solve for this. And so a ship that intersects with a wall or that spawn in a wall, a weapon that falls through the floor and that's stuck in there, right? Debris has been a big one, right? And so we needed a way to solve this. So what the physics expensive event system does is it raises an event for the game, and the game now receives these objects and it says, oh, debris and player ships. Well, I'm going to do something with the debris. I'll either delete it, stow it, transform it, move it, right? And so as we start doing this, it's actually cleaning up all of these intersections across the shard and basically giving us back this performance step by step. And so one of the very large things that was very egregious in this was actually a bug on the ships where on explosion, some of the components of the ship could stay static in the world throughout the explosion. But, behind the scenes when the ship explodes, we do a whole bunch of things. We replace some meshes with damaged meshes. Some of the elements are physically deformed and move. And we create debris. We literally spawn debris. Now, if those components stay static and we spawn debris, we're creating intersections, debris straight intersection into these components. And so that was a very big part of the problem. We fixed that bug, but we also added a system to basically raise the issues with the debris so that they could be cleaned up automatically. Another one was the AA turrets. So, as you guys play, you destroy these AA turrets at the key locations, right? And there was a problem with the setup of these AA turrets that when they died, in the same way as a ship when it dies and the components detach, right? The AA turret had an issue in its setup where it would go like this, but overlapping each other. Basically, every time someone killed an AA turret, we add it to the server load forever. And so obviously, now that's being evicted completely from the system.
Somebody in the chat is like, you can destroy the turrets? Sometimes.
So yeah, they might destroy you first, but...
Yeah. I want to jump a little ahead here. Just I don't want to get too far in the weeds. Obviously, all this stuff is super important.
Yo, 4K, what up?
I've seen some numbers floating around in some various chats about how many bugs and how many fixes were actually resolved over the course of those 4 months. I asked you to look into the numbers. What were the actual numbers?
So for 4.0, between 324.3 and 401, the team have fixed 2,900 bugs in total, but that's over 3,300 tasks. So a bug can require a couple of tasks to fix. So in general, that's the number of fixes overall.
I'm going to ask a very candid question
Go
because
for it.
2,900 bugs is a very impressive number. But
Did we fix the right ones?
did you fix the right ones? It's obviously those ones were all, many of those obviously are important. We have a tremendous coterie of directors, you know, all studios around the world who are prioritizing these things, and I'm sure they get us, you know, a couple frames here, or they solve an issue that's going to affect those 10 people over there, and stuff like this. But there are many of our long-term bugs, the things that have just been an albatross around our neck for
A long time.
a long time. And the second half of this program, we're going to get into those one by one.
Right.
So I don't want, so without going into each one of those, because we're going to do that in a few minutes here, why these 2,900 other bugs and not just 2 or 3 of the ones that would change the lives of hundreds of people, thousands of people?
Well, so I don't do prioritization, but what I can tell you is that most of those issues are filed, they're called out, right, and they're raised up, but the complexity of some of them require a specific handling. So, you know, if like I've read some stuff over the break where we've hotfixed certain issues, like there was if I remember, a certain exploit that came out for some duping and some people thought it was a beneficial change, even though it was a bug, and you know, and we fixed it, and people are like, well,
that was a
why did you fix
controversial
it
one.
when you can fix something else, right? It's all about capacity to fix. So do we have the right person available for this problem? Some problems require the experts. Our manpower is extremely specialized, and for some of the older systems, it's even worse. I call those the sandworm kind of feature, where basically, I've called them out before, but ATC, ASOP terminal, hangars, and transit are 4 of the systems that are always, oh, I'm just going to do a quick change. Never happens. Never a quick change in those systems, right?
Transit includes
And
elevators.
Yeah, I want to jump in here.
Yeah.
Uno mas in
We
Twitch
fixed it.
chat
Repair
is
so we can
yelling in all
default your
capital
ship.
letters.
Does that still happen?
You are the
I haven't
experts.
I haven't had that happen to me personally.
One of the things that if you watch any of our programs over the years, I've been doing
But I
this for
haven't
a
played
decade
like
now,
a ton, so
is that not everybody works on everything.
Sure.
Not everything. You know, Kian is great at this, doesn't know crap about that.
Just
You know,
backspace and
Paul
recall. That's
is
what a lot of
wonderful
people
at
do.
this. You know, would be as lost as I would be tackling this other thing. There are a finite number of experts that are available on any one thing. And like we talked the last time you were here, the folks who made ATC aren't here anymore. So ATC has been one of those features that had rotted, and there was always there's this terrible Sophie's choice, and we have a section about how these choices are made here, where it's like, okay, we can take someone like Kian or someone like Paul or whatever and put them on this, but they're going to be on this for 5 months because they've got to start from scratch.
Right.
Whereas they could fix 15 or 20 other issues in that same time.
Right.
And you're like, well, and this constant calculus of, is that one worth the weight of those 20s? And it's not a situation I envy you or anybody else. You said you don't make the prioritizations. Right. You're in these conversations along with everybody else. Yes. You mean you don't make them alone? You're not the sole person who gets to decide.
Yes.
And so like this, it's like many things are done in a committee because everybody's got their perspective, everybody's got their priorities, everybody's got their idea of what they think is the most important. Right. I've been in chats where Chris will say this is the most important, and Aaron will say this is the most important, and Jens will say this is the most important. And you're like, well, no, this is the most important. And we have the same conversation that the backers have.
Yeah, you're good, Vilger.
3 weeks earlier is usually what I say. So. It's prioritization and also having the right resources and having that right resource available, because sometimes
what about Beardless Snack?
The right person for that is also
I'm gonna show
the
up
right
tomorrow,
person
Beardless
for this,
Snack.
and they've been in this for 3 months,
right?
And to pull them off of this right now would be devastating to that, because then you get tech debt and that begins to rot, and it's like we sit there. There are so many times where I've been in meetings or sit in chats and just ground my teeth, because we all know what needs to happen. We all know that that thing needs stuff, but there isn't the resource at the moment to go and do it. And that's at least as frustrating for us as it is for the players. Probably more so for the players, if I'm being completely honest. But
sure. No, but you're right. It's all about having the right people for the right issues
at the right time.
And
in the
historically,
right
you know, if we're being frank, we've been focusing more on the features.
You've been focusing more on the new stuff.
Correct. And I think that, you know, what Chris outlined in his letter for the chairman is really the direction we want to go, which is to bring back those experts into helping us fix the things that affect the players day in and day out.
So let's start talking about the letter from the chairman now.
Sure.
So in December, Chris published a letter from the chairman that would set the direction for our entire 2025. I did a big thing at the beginning about this, and when I'm going to ask you for your version of this, I want to read specifically a few words that were from that letter. As we jump into the new year, our primary focus across our Star Citizen teams is clear: improving playability. Our drive for playability surrounds three critical areas: performance, stability, and content. No features in there. We understand that the live environment must be far more reliable and consistent, and we are determined to deliver
that before.
on this.
They've literally said that.
Many
The
of you have
exact thing
shared,
before.
and one we wholeheartedly agree with, is that if the current game, as it stands today, ran smoothly with fewer obstacles and bugs, it would provide an unparalleled experience. Over the years, we've experimented with different approaches to improve quality of life and tackling tech debt. However, the ongoing challenge has been balancing these efforts alongside the introduction of new features and technology. So, in testing new features within the same pipeline as content, it's led to a bunch of intended ripple effects, creating instability, hindering performance, and impacting overall gameplay. In some cases, new features that are not fully mature have delayed the release of content or caused blockers that impact our progress. This has prompted us to reevaluate our approach to feature and content rollout, focusing on steps that we can take to bring the game to a better state while maintaining steady delivery. And that's the end. That's the last I'll read from this stuff. So
Sure.
I just got done at the top of the show explaining what that means in my words.
Right.
I want to hear what that means in your words. What are we actually doing to put those words into effect this year? What are we actually changing?
Stage one is we're committing more resources to fixing issues that affect the live environment, but also that are reported by players. And so in a typical setup, we have to take those resources from features, right? So that means that normally if we're on 50 different features, all these engineers are working on new content to build new components or new features, new UIs for these new gameplay elements. And this can go on for a while because there's prototyping, there's iteration, there's merging, QA, and this can take a while to bring it in. And as Chris is pointing out, it creates ripple effects. And so we have to slow down on the features to get those resources to jump into what I call these Katamari issues. Like we're going to look at a couple later, but issues that require, oh, I need a physics expert. Oh, I need an audio expert. Oh, I need a graphics expert. Oh, I need a gameplay expert. I need a guy who wrote this system. I need a guy who wrote this system. An issue that just keeps growing until it's solved. In order to do that, we need to give a joker card to those issues. And so that's what we're going to do this year, is to slow down on features. We still need to build features, but we're going to pick the ones we can do while still investing in correcting the problems that we know have been in the game either forever or that are newly and very active. And even if they're super complicated to solve and require a refactor, right? So we'll talk about refactors, I'm sure, in the next list. But it also means, what I put in my notes, because we kind of prepared a little list so that I can just organize my thoughts. But increasing bug fixing quotas for teams. So in general, teams have not necessarily a quota to fit, but they have an allotted time for bug fixing. We're going to try to jump that by a lot so that we can actually jump on more bug fixes that matter. That's the thing that's key, right? Even though we fixed 3,000 issues, there are maybe 15 or 20 or 30 issues that are really affecting players day in and day out that are bugs or defects that must be resolved. And so we've put that in a list called the director's list. So every director has a chance to basically flag an issue in their domain and say, I'm going to need a Joker card for this issue, and it needs to be solved, right? And so that list is also going to transform itself into a release criteria. So, typically when we do a PTU, we're going through these waves, right? The process at which we go to the next wave is always a bit, it looks good. We look at metrics, we look at, disconnects and stability in general, but we don't necessarily look at quality of the game specifically because we're in development. And so it's always been a bit different for us. But I think that we need to change this process for us to move away from being an alpha game. We need to start moving away from the word constant development. In order to do that, we need to professionalize our criteria for launch. And that means that director's list needs to go down. It needs to get the solves that it needs. And those become criteria to move forward. Now, we're going to have to make decisions because we cannot fix everything out at the same time. Again, it's a question of resources. But the goal is to make a significant dent in that list, even if it keeps going up there.
You said take or increase the number of engineers and programmers. You're not talking about going out and hiring 100 new people.
No.
You're talking about the people who were working on base building, the people who were working on crafting, the people who were working on resource networks, stuff like that. It's about taking those seniors, those people with the experience, the one that Uno Mas said, the experts. About taking those experts and pulling them off the new feature development, and putting them on the less sexy, stuff like, hey, fix an elevator.
That's an example.
It's okay. All right. So I want to talk about the 3 areas that were covered in the letter to the channel. We'll start with stability.
Yeah. So
I know this is going to sound like a simplistic question, and there are probably lots of Star Citizen. I can see them in the chat right now. JJ Land 614 says no one cares about bug fixing. Is everybody right? Is JJ Land 614 right? Everybody? Sorry, there was no reason for me to do that.
Sure.
So lots of people who have followed these shows and they know parts of this. I've seen the people in the chat. I already know this because I watch everything. This is a show for everybody.
Right.
What does working on stability really mean? What is we've had a lot of platitudes here, and platitudes are necessary. They're helpful to explain things, but translate this into real world shit for me.
Right.
I use my one swear. What does working on stability actually translate into as far as action goes?
Well, it translates into aggressively monitoring. What we call internally stability covers like some of the very simple metrics, like do servers crash, right? Or do hybrids crash? Do clients crash? And together, do these cause client disconnects, right? And so all these metrics go into what we call basically stability, but it goes further than that. Those are just basically the indicators, like the big level indicators. What stability is like things like bare bone things, like are you able to successfully connect to the game?
Can you log in?
Correct. Can you do successful interactions? Like, can you go to your ship and press F to join your cockpit and then not it take 35 seconds? Is it consistent and reliable? Meaning, like, is it like this all the time? Or is it there only sometimes, right? So stability is about consistent and reliable experience interactions. It's also, when we work on stability, we're talking about improving the observability. So teams that, when you guys are playing the game, you have a very immersive experience, and issues that affect you during your gameplay are part of your bubble, right? We need to be able to see those issues from the outside. So from the server side, from the cloud environment side. And so improving observability gives us that, because there are many systems in the game that have not been instrumented to be observed, right? And so sometimes, some older systems, I'm not going to name ATC, are going to have like some hiccups that we can't even see, but players report to us, and then we have to investigate, but we need more observability. So that's working on stability is part of that. Changing systems that typically are problematics into self-healing systems so that they can just repair themselves. So when they get into a case that we know, we just modify the system to make sure it tends towards a state that's functional. And the observability comes into play to make sure that it does function. Working on stability also means establishing budgets. So budgets for errors, budgets for performance. And so that affects everybody in the company. But if we talk purely on stability, it's all about, is the content that we've produced here or the feature we've produced here using too much resources, whether it's CPU, GPU, server calls, bandwidth, storage, networking. So reinforcing those budgets, going about finding the offenders, right, that go above these budgets and chasing them down, solving them. So that's stability work. Reducing error rates, obviously, that's part of it. That's the resulting. And the challenge with working stability is that, especially in light of server crashes, is that it's a fog of war. So you can launch a game and you're like a version of the game, and there's one crash that's going around. We can identify and dedupe crashes, right? So we know what they are. So we're looking into one, and then we're like, oh, if we fix this one, it's going to be very stable, right? But then when you fix that one, that allows the program to continue. And then more bugs show up, more crashes show up. So it's a fog of war. It needs a constant care and attention. One thing we've done this year to help that is that we have a much more robust hotfix process that, frankly, we use a bit too much, but it does give us the ability to get some fixes out when we see big problems right away. But it's to contribute to that fog of war. So that's what working on stability for me is. It's all of these issues together.
Do the same thing for performance.
Sure. Performance is, it's a larger one. And so performance touches on both the client, the hybrid, and the server. The hybrid is the replicant that takes care of the networking. And so performance is about, obviously, frame rate to begin with on the client and on the server. We talked earlier about server optimizations. It's about loading times. So making sure that the load times are acceptable in all kinds of areas. Like, I'm not just talking about the loading screen. I'm talking about loading in assets, streaming in an area, fully initializing a full location, right? That's the load times I'm talking about. Memory utilization. So making sure that we use efficient memory, that we don't go above our memory budgets. Same thing here. The keyword is budgeting. So we need to have way stricter budget. We need to work on that area. And then finally, resource utilization of your machine in general, but also network connections. So latency and bandwidth, connectivity, and stability of the connection in general that need to be improved. So that's what working on performance is. So stability is one area, performance is another one.
All right, so who works on these things? Because this isn't, so we're talking about this major change here. We're taking people off of features and putting them on, new features and putting them on existing features, existing work. This isn't something that vehicle artists do. They get to keep doing their thing for the most part. This isn't something that somebody who makes a distribution center for the environment team does. This isn't something that somebody who makes a really unfortunate heart-shaped bed for the subscriber program does.
600 I rework.
It was performant.
Who's the person who's actually who are the people that are actually doing this work? Who's changing to do this stuff?
So it's, again, engineering, right? That has a large focus on stability and performance, but it's also, we have a team, an online team that takes care of what we call site reliability. So these guys are definitely the first watchers of all these metrics, and these guys will call out issues that we need to solve, right? And then they will loop in engineers. And so that's the core of the people working on this. But I kind of want to push back on what you just said about, like, oh, the guys on the ship team don't have to do performance, right? Which I think that sometimes the way things are made in the game have a very big impact on performance, right? I can give examples, but like areas of levels that are created with hundreds of entities, right? Instead of using like a bare minimum, or there's techniques to use where group merging certain objects need to help reduce the actual effective size of things. So the teams on content are also kind of on the hook for performance, less so on stability, but they're on the hook for performance. And so they're not totally free, but they are less in the line of fire, because typically an engineer is needed to identify a problem first, and then it might reach a content team depending on what the issue is.
Okay. What's the difference between an engineer and a programmer?
It's basically the same thing almost.
Why do we use both terms?
I don't know. I think it's when you use programmer when you talk about a coder, and you talk about an engineer when he's got an architectural approach to it, I guess. But they're very similar in my mind.
Sounds like full of shit.
Yeah, a little bit, but
You're not going to count that one.
where's the jar?
You need a drink. You're talking quite a lot.
Yeah.
All right. So let's put things into motion now.
Yeah.
It's 2025. We've got our mandate. We've got our directive set for us by Chris Roberts. We touched a little bit about prioritization and delegating responsibility. So I want to talk about this. It's no secret that anybody who's watched my stuff for years knows that I like to have the conversation that no other game company would ever dream of having. And there's nobody from another game company that would sit here for 2 hours and answer these kinds of questions. So thank you. I want to talk about delegating responsibility. Let me think about how I want to put this. Obviously, we have a lot of talented engineers and programmers across all of our studios. But some are juniors, and some are seniors who have all their own specialties and aptitudes. How do we decide who works on what? Because when I look at, if I were sitting on the outside, and I used to,
Sure.
if I were sitting on the outside, I would look at some of the decisions that have been made over the last couple of years. Elevators have been a plague forever. A transit system has had a refactor or two in the past and whatnot. Those were all before server meshing, which will now require another one. If I were sitting on the outside, I would look at this and wonder, what the hell are they thinking from time to time?
Sure.
Why? So I would like you to talk about how this process is done. I know you said that you're not the one solely responsible, but you can speak to this process and how this responsibility is delegated, not just to what bugs get worked on, but who works on this stuff. Talk to me for a bit about that.
Well, so it's an interesting problem, right? Because
I'm gonna leave this on, but I'll be right
these
back.
talented programmers and engineers are human beings, right, behind it, and so they
Even Paul?
I mean, he does have a beast mode, but he is still a human. And I think that one of the challenges that the teams face regarding this, not necessarily prioritization, let's talk assignment first, right? Okay. Is there's a certain level of ownership, right? If I wrote a system, then I own it, right, in a way. And then further iterations or bug fixes on this thing, I will be the best qualified to do it because I know the code. Anybody else that needs to go in this code is going to have a little ramp up, right? And sometimes we can't pay that ramp up, especially at the pace at which, I keep saying that in our project it's different. Typically, we don't release a game before it's in a better state.
Most games don't run a live game environment in the middle of their development.
Exactly, and that, I call it the cost of shipping, is what hurts us the most, because now any priority issue for the live patch needs to become absolute, right? But so back to assignment, right? So one programmer writes a system, he owns it, right? So we're going to try to go back to this person when there's bug fixes or items to go to.
They're going to have the least on-ramp time.
Yeah, exactly. But now sometimes it can happen that that's a junior developer. It can happen that it's a senior developer. It really depends, right? Some systems also end up with no owner. When there's churn and people leave and there's replacements or people move on, there's a lot of internal movement at CIG where people want to change their specialty, and so you want to keep that distribution fair for the people in there. Like, you don't want to assign someone on pure bug fixes for 5 years because they're not going to stay with the company, right? You need to balance this out in terms of how you assign the work. Now, again, I'm not talking prioritization, but assignment, right? Typically, we're going to try to pair juniors with seniors to encourage growth so that these juniors can become seniors and then we can depend even more on them, right? And so that's another constraint that sometimes you need to spend time from a senior on a specific issue to help a junior on another issue.
Sometimes you'll have two people on an issue, not because they can make the baby twice as fast, but because that's how you train that junior to become senior. And that's one less person that could be working on something else.
That's right.
Because you need, this is part of their training, this is their growth, okay.
Correct. There's also, so we talked junior, seniors, right? We make it simple, but there's also leadership, right? So lead developers, like, I don't know, most people know this, but the lead developer is not necessarily the best developer of the team.
Wow. Name names.
No. But the lead's responsibility is management, right? It's making sure that the issues move and that our plan of action is sound, that it's vetted, that it's, code reviews, make sure the quality is there, but also just orchestrating the team, right? So typically a lead should spend roughly 40% of his time doing management on the team, right? So leadership is also a key element in that. Even if you pair people and you have a million things going together, what is the drumbeat is the leadership, right? And so you need to have all those combinations to be able to have a healthy engineer team. And so you want to avoid overburdening as well. So sometimes you have some developers that come into the company and they're really good, right? But they're juniors, right? So they're learning fast. They have a lot of energy. They're going for it. And so path of least resistance, we're going to go like, oh, well, look, can you look at this? Can you look at this? Can you look at this? And at some point, that person's overburdened. And we have to release our patches so time constraints come in. And so code quality goes down, right? And that's an issue we have to battle every single day.
Now, we had to release our patches with those features in the old system. You're referring back to how we did it before. Yeah. In this new system, in this new way, it's a patch every month, but it's what is ready to go into those patches. We've said some version of this before. Sure. And let's just be super honest. We haven't been super good at sticking to the philosophy. It was after 3, it was after 3.0. It was after that really long wait for 3.0, where some of us had to grow a really stupid beard.
Yes.
That it was okay. We're no longer going to wait for features anymore. We're going to do this quarterly patch, and then if a feature isn't ready, we're not going to wait for it. It gets pulled out. We weren't so good.
The famous go no go process.
Yeah, we weren't really good at that.
Which we internally called the go 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 process.
Yes.
Which we moved away from.
I'm very happy to hear you admit that the go no go process was a bit of a joke. It was the go 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 process, and it's because there was this mentality here where we thought that we were a feature driven project. Every patch people expect X number of features to be in there. We have to make these targets in order to keep people engaged and stuff, and it was just this Ouroboros of shit. Oh God, that's 3. Where we're constantly chasing our tail and not getting where we needed to go. Now, that's not to throw the past aside. No. We're super proud of what we've accomplished here, but there's a point where doing the same thing year after year,
the same way.
We always made changes here and there, and expecting a different result is the definition of insanity. So this year, and this whole thing that we're talking about today, and we'll talk more about it on ISE next week, is it's time to try something different. Now, this is incredibly scary for us. I'm gonna go on the record and say we have been a feature-driven project since the PU was first introduced in 2015. We doubled down on that after 3.0 at the end of 2017. To stop that and to turn all of our focus internally, to turn it all inward and to say to this incredibly talented a programmer, you don't get to work on the super sexy hot new feature, you have to work on elevators now. That is going to create problems for us keeping people engaged, keeping people interested and stuff like this. That's when patches come out, and when we get to April or May or whatever, and people are like, where's my new feature? We haven't had a new feature in so many months. That's going to create problems for us on the marketing side and stuff like this. This endeavor is going to create struggles for us in how we position the game, and how we market the game, and how we attract players to come in and play. But we've tried the other thing for so long. Yeah. And it's collectively what I'm seeing from everybody, from Chris to Aaron to Rich Tywer to everybody down the line, is something I've never seen in 10 years here. Is this, everybody's hit a point where we've finally reached a consensus that we've done it this way enough. We have to try this now, and we have to make this experience better.
You have a game worth playing, the money will come in. If it's monetized in a way that makes sense, and you have a game people want to play, people will play it, and they will want to spend money on it. It's that fucking simple. Now, achieving that is not simple, but that the concept is very simple. Games that people don't want to play don't make fucking money. Very simple concept.
Famously, we were watching, a big streamer jumped into game on Friday, had like 17,000 viewers, and 17,000 viewers were just watching him fall into an elevator over there. And it was just like, we had already made this decision.
Was that Shroud?
Has been in place since December.
I think Shroud was on it or something.
Going, man, this can't come fast enough. So this is scary, but it has to be done. I want to ask you another question about this assignment and the priority stuff. I just touched on it. Say you have something.
There's your free marketing. That's your free marketing. Whenever one of those bigger content creators goes into your... Now, it's bad marketing whenever they go in and they can't even play the freaking game. But if they could go in there and play the game, you don't even have to spend money. You don't have to pay that content creator. If one of those guys just decides to go in and play the game and has a good experience, that is literally free marketing. But it's kind of the opposite whenever
unsexy but super
happens.
Critical.
Right.
And the fix is a long and tedious process. Rewriting the transit system. And it's going to tie someone up for the next 2 or 3 months while they work. Maybe it's longer. Is this something you put on a senior because it's super critical, and then you end up tying that person up for an entire quarter of the year? Or is it something that you stick a junior on because you need that senior doing 3 other things instead? Is this not the ultimate developer Sophie's choice? And is this not what we've struggled with for a decade, at least the time I've been here? How are we fixing this now?
Well, so previously the answer would have been junior with some support, right? That's what we would have done before. It would have been, no, we can't compromise the feature. You know, this work is important. It's going to be transformational for the PU. This fix or this rewrite, you know, we're going to give a support network around someone that's in the team that's not necessarily one of our superstars, you know. And I mean, I want a team where everybody can grow into a superstar, you know, but sometimes, you know, you have to be in the middle, right? And so the previous setup would have been something like this, right? Where we would give a support network, but the person in charge would have been, you know, not necessarily like the leads and the people that really push the needle, because those would be on transformational features for the PU. The answer this year will be no. We're using our transformational players to come and solve these problems for us, because they have to be solved, right? Like we keep talking about transit. It's not, you know, transit has touched 1 million people at CIG, and we've tried to, you know, keep it running for a while. But now it's time to put, you know, a real effort behind it, right? Which is to basically take resources from the transformational elements and go and fix the foundation.
So we've now called ourselves out on our own BS, and we're now putting everybody where they need to be. How do you decide whether that old feature is fixable or whether it's so far gone that it needs a refactor?
Sure. Well, so that's a good question, right? Because sometimes the worst cases like this is when a system or an issue is like almost fixed, right? Where like a developer comes in and is like, oh, I have a fix for this, right? But what we need to do now is also look at these features to answer that question, which is the way the feature or the system was constructed compatible with what the PU is going to be, or what the technology behind the PU will be, which is a combination of the streaming technology that we've built before that has been a very complicated and complex system, even on its own, without server meshing, and then the systems under streaming and server meshing together. And so there are systems in the game that are not adapted to that approach, right? And so when we look at one of the key problems that we see in the game, we're going to look at the underlying system, and if we need to rewrite, it'll be because, yeah, like it needs to be rewritten to take advantage of streaming and server meshing properly, right? Versus trying to patch and kind of cobble it together, right, to make it work. So that's how we make the decision, is really we're going to have to look deep in all these things to decide which ones need. We've already done some of it, like we're calling out some stuff already.
Yeah, I literally saw a meeting earlier today where you're literally presenting every single engineer in the company, and it's like, okay, it's like, and it was a collective effort. It was okay, so it's where do we put this person? Where do we put this person? I've never seen in the time that I've been here such a granular kind of overarching, okay, no, we need to reevaluate everything. All prior assumptions are done. Yeah. Let's look at the entire field of players we have and decide who's supposed to go where best. And like, stop everything, fresh start. That leads me to my next question here. So we're a company of near or over 1,000 people. I can't keep track across the studios in the world. But there's still a limited number of these engineers and programmers in the company. Delegating them between these tasks.
Half the company's marketing.
Yeah. But you've also got this thing called Squadron 42.
That's right.
Over here. And in October, we flashed up a big 2026 on that.
Yeah.
I was there when I saw the 2016 way back when. And Chad Zamzow spoke for all of us with like, what? So we stayed away from pointing at a year for so long, yeah, because we grossly underestimated in last time. But now we've done this. So you've got this
goalpost.
I was going to say hangman's noose, but goalpost is much more positive sitting here.
Yeah.
That's got to get done too.
Yeah.
So what is this split like? Is this just an even 50-50 split? This many of them are on Star Citizen, this many of them are on Squadron 42. Is it 60-40? Is it hard? Is it flexible? Are there Joker cards that bounce between the projects? Does Chris have a veto every 3 months where he gets to rearrange the people? How does this split work?
So that's an interesting question, because it is, we are making 2 games. There's some good news, right? Because a lot of the gameplay systems that power the actor, and that power the core of the game are the same between the 2 games. And so improvements on one end result in improvements on the other one, plus or minus the online versions of these features, right? Let's say we take one team, right, which is the most important in this one, like the gameplay teams, right? That's where we have to be more fine-grained, right? There's this thing that we have to be careful about, which is context switching, right? Obviously, building a single-player cinematic game and building a multiplayer MMO-like game are similar, but the context switching between the 2 projects costs time, right? So you want to find a scheme where you have the resources on what you're trying to achieve at each milestone. Like Squadron 42 has its internal milestone and its cadence that it needs to respect this year, which is extremely aggressive, in order to get a game completely complete by the end of the year and ready for 26 release. And so there are resources that are, more suited to the type of things that Squadron 42 kind of needs right now in its polish phase and its finalization phase for all the levels and all the chapters. And so obviously these people will be favored to work on Squadron 42. So there's a series of people that are on there. I don't have an exact percentage, but it's not 50-50 because there are also things that are built on the PU that are beneficial on that side. And so the thing that if Jens was here with me, he would say the thing we need is flex, right? And so flex is when we need reinforcements, we can get them, right? And so we have a model now where there are a series of engineers that will work, dedicated to Squadron, but we can flex on both sides depending, right, on the milestones. And the two projects have now a cadence that's adjacent, and so we kind of know at every milestone what Star Citizen needs and what Squadron needs, and so we can flex accordingly. And these features are kind of a lot of those features are similar in both ends, and some of the bug fixes that we need on SC are also needed, right, on both sides, especially actor-related bugs. And so it's a tricky balance, right?
Yeah. I hear what you're saying, and it makes sense. And I was in that meeting where Chris and Jens were talking about the need for flex and stuff, and I agree. It's my first show in 2 months. Maybe it'll be my last one. How did... There's a phrase that comes to my head when I'm listening to you. Says it's this jack of all trades and master of none thing. Now, that's not precisely analogous to this, but if people are bouncing, how does any one thing get done? That's the first question I have there. And I know there's no easy answer to this, but you agreed to come on the show and you agreed to take the uneasy question. So I'm taking advantage of our decade-long relationship and putting you on the spot here. Yes, it's absolutely important if this thing in Squadron has to be done because it will unblock 50 other people. So yeah, okay, we'll take those 2 people from Star Citizen for 2 weeks and get it done. And that's a worthwhile use of flex. Sure. And I understand why that exists and why that's important. But how do you keep that from becoming just this, and we just left with this amorphous, 2 amorphous blobs that never get finished?
Sure. Yeah. The key is in the specialization, right? So we have teams like, I can give an example, like the mission system team, for example, are highly specialized in the online mission system, right? And so...
Oh, and Elliot Maltby, don't leave him out.
And Elliot, right? The Kid Rock of missions. But this assignment, right? You take the resources that are good at one element that one project needs, and you can dedicate it, then you're not losing anything from the other side, right? The flex obviously is there in your extra kind of chunk of resources, right? Every team has like core members and extra members that can flex. And so the idea with this has been to make a plan where we can actually focus on the things that matter, and we pick what we think matters, right? So our player experience team on the SC side helps us, like for the bug fixes that we're going to be looking at in priority, we know what those are. So we make sure those are covered. So it's about not just prioritization and assignment and just blatantly going SC, Squadron, you know. It's really about looking at what do we want to achieve? And on SC, we want to achieve a better playability. And so we're going to commit resources to that. The flex will come only when we ship, right? That's the moment where flex actually happens. So end of milestones. And so the impact at this will kind of be minimal because we minimize the context switch on the key resources. Like leadership is a key part of this. The right leads in the right places make a big difference.
Okay.
Those ones need to not move. That's the...
Yeah, no, it makes sense. It's not a question with an easy. It's not a question with an easy answer, and it's not a question most marketing shills would probably ask their execs live on the internet. But like I said, we're
going for it.
We're going for it. I want to talk about one more topic before we get to a topic that I've listed in my notes as persistent buggyverse.
Right.
And that's Alpha 401. So last week was just last week, right? Yeah. We released Alpha 401. I saw people online, people that, if I'm being as frank with those people as I am with you, probably should have, some people expected the silver bullet patch. Like there was a letter in December and they thought in January there would be a silver bullet where everything was fixed. And I personally find that expectation a bit silly. On the flip side of that, though, these are people who have been waiting. Yeah. They've been waiting a long time for us to figure this out, for us to have for us to come in from the cold and realize that so many years of doing it this way, it's time to switch to do it this way. So I understand the frustration and everything is justified, if I'm being completely honest. It was not a silver bullet patch.
Sure.
This 402, it might even go to PTU today or tomorrow. We're here, so I can't see the chats that they're trying to put on PTU. You know, for the end of this month, will not be the next silver bullet either.
Right.
As I said at the beginning of the show, this will be a thing where month after month we patch without new features, but just new content built on existing features and bug fixes, and slowly we start changing the temperature of the water, of our persistent universe. What was my question?
It sounded good anyway. But
I'm sure I was going somewhere. Is this the approach? Is this the? When can we start? So I see what I read, and what I read is what I wrote for myself is dumb. I don't want to
go
ask
off
that
script.
question.
Let's
I want to. 401 did not solve all the problems.
No.
Is it a legitimate improvement over 4.0?
In many areas, it's a drastic change. Yes. Especially for the issues that affected a lot of players during the break. If you played during the break on 4.0 preview, like a lot of very dramatic problems have been solved in 401 or hotfix, right? Because the 401 also includes all the hotfix from 4.0. So it is fundamentally, a better patch, but it regressed in key areas that are very problematic.
Yes, I'm looking at a chat right now.
Very
drastic.
Yeah.
With
yes.
with a lot of emojis.
From the observability standpoint, right? Not from the. I think that in terms of the forward-facing elements of the patch, we have regressed in 401, but from the infrastructure level, we have actually made a step forward, and so it's a 50-50 one.
It's a 2 step forward, 1 step back kind of thing?
I would say so, yeah.
And the 1 step back just happens to be the part that the players see?
Correct.
Yeah, I'd say back-end wise, desync wise, that type of that type of stuff has definitely improved tremendously. But like you're saying, a lot of the forward-facing things, elevators, transit, hangars, all of that crap is stuff that's just
I'm on the verge of something
shit.
here. I'm trying to figure out what it is
QT,
in my head, what I want to say here.
The gameplay parts.
I guess what I really want to ask is, okay, it's not going to be in one patch. It was never going to be in one patch. Any expectations that it would be in one patch or 2 patch, frankly, a bit silly. But we're all, when I say we're all, I mean not just the people who play the game. I mean the people who make the game too. We're all frustrated.
Yeah.
We're all tired. We're all exhausted of logging in and seeing people stuck at one position and seeing elevators not showing up and people falling through trams and stuff like this. It's not going to be one patch and it's not going to be 2 patches. Maybe it's 3, maybe it's 5, maybe it's 7. I guess the question I really want to ask you before we move into the Jira section here is this plan going to work? I
think so. But what it needs, right, is, and I think Chris's letter kind of sets the commitment. That's what we needed, right? Going from the previous way of making the game to this new way, like a company of our size takes time to shift gears and change direction. And so even though you're like, okay, guys, this is our focus now, reorder priorities, assignments, it takes a while before it actually takes form, right? And you need the people in the teams to really grasp what we're after, right? In terms of increased playability, what it means for them in the day-to-day, right? And I think that we have the commitment from the leadership to change this, and we have the means to do it. So in order to support this effort, right, it's not just but we're talking about priorities and orders, and that's one part of the puzzle. But what the other part of the puzzle is to make sure these teams are properly supported to do this, right? It's in paying the tech debt that's been plaguing the project for a long time, that we've been kind of dealing with, putting in the corner, right? Tackling some of it, but then, letting it build up. And I think that we need to attack that head on. And to support our teams, it's about helping them improve the output through better process, better pre-submission checks, better validation, building the tools that will allow them to have confidence that when they put a fix, that it's fixed, or that when we say a bug is fixed, that it is fixed, which is, let's just say that it's been an issue, right?
No.
Yes.
Yes. No. Many have been the times.
That's why we changed the patch notes to possible fix.
You to Chris to Jens in the chat saying, they read a report on Reddit, or they see something on Twitch and YouTube, and they find the Jira, and the Jira says it's fixed.
Yeah.
And it's like, I thought this says it was fixed. And that happens for a lot of reasons. We've talked a lot about how there are multiple causes for the same outcome. And yeah, that cause of that outcome was fixed, but now we've just exposed a second different cause for the same outcome. It's frustrating. We're doing a lot of the problem is Jira. Somebody in the chat. We're doing a lot of talk here. And we still got some more talk to do. The proof will ultimately be
in the action.
Correct. In the month after month, patch after patch. There won't be a patch every single month. Like I said, we're currently looking at about 9 or 10 on the schedule. We actually have a meeting tomorrow where we're going to kind of hammer that down and have a better idea. Certain things affect the patch cadence, but more patches this year than any year prior, but with less of the feature work, far less of the feature work, and more of the content and the bug fixes, the content that doesn't require new features. Like somebody in the chat was just saying, do less events. It's not the events that are problems; it's the events that are built on new features. Yeah. Like I was about events built on existing feature work and stuff can still be fine. That's part of what we're looking at. So like this. The proof is going to be. It's going to take. It's this year.
Ultimately, it's just the product, right? That's the thing that counts. Is what's the output, right? Does the output get better? Are we still dealing with the same problems that we've seen before? Did we actually solve any of those issues, or are we still going to look at, interrupted missions, or any of these bugs that are plaguing us, right? And I think that's the key, right? And that's how we should be measured. It's in, does this new method work? Is the product improving, right? And in its quality.
Yeah. Kid Casper, first-time chatter, says, did a dev ever play Siege of Orison? Yeah, Siege of Orison is a great example of an event that took substantial feature work. And the feature work that was underneath it was the stuff that was not ready for prime time. It's not exclusively the idea of an event that's bad. It's how you build the event, whether you build the event on current, existing, proven technologies, or whether you try to do something crazy. And we're still going to try to, let's be real. I've been here for too long to sit here in front of everybody and say, we're going to stop trying things new. That's not who we are. We're going to dramatically reduce the risk. We're going to dramatically reduce how far out over the edge with new things that we do. There are going to be moments this year where we still try something new here and there. And hopefully it works better than in the past because of our new tech preview situation, because of the new methodology. There may be 1 or 2 moments this year where we try something new and it still bites us in the butt. That's just, I've been here too long to even remotely hint at saying otherwise. But on the whole, what I've seen from people at every level this year is something I've not seen in the 10 years I've been here, and that is this collective realization that we have to change and stuff. So I'm more hopeful for this year than I've been for other years. It's not going to be a year full of a bunch of exciting new features. It's going to be a dramatically different year with different content and stuff. It'll be interesting to see how it works. It's scary because we've never.
No, yeah, it's completely different for the project for sure.
All right. Persistent buggyverse.
Yeah.
So.
Persistent buggyverse.
So it's not all going to be fixed in 1 or 2 or even 3 patches. But if I'm allowed, I think I can speak for everybody in the community when I say what the F about some of these long-term issues. So these long-term existing issues that have plagued the game since 3.24 or longer. So I got together with folks from the community team, Tyler and Lenny and Freya and all those folks. I got together with people from the player relation team, Bayer and his folks and everything. And I even got a few of these from Chris Roberts himself.
There you go.
I got a list of issues that I want to ask you about and get some status updates on.
Sure.
This is basically the part of the show where I hold your
Where we dive in.
butt to the fire.
Sure.
You ready?
Yeah.
So in no particular order. No,
Hang on.
there's an order.
Hang on, before we start, right? So I'll be the messenger here. So we did a little prep, right? We looked at a couple of these because I needed to prep. Unfortunately, I don't know everything.
You don't know the current status of every single major bug in the game, Benoit?
No, I do not. I wish
Get
I
out.
did. I mean, that'd be great. But I did do the scavenging hunt to make sure that we got at least an update on most of those. And so that's, we'll get out of it.
All right.
Go for it.
I want to start with server and shard instability.
Yeah.
Now I'm just going to read my notes here. We've got frequent login issues, including being stuck at position 1 in the queue for extended periods, shard locks, the servers becoming unresponsive or dead with players extensively discussing strategies for finding working servers, often relying on joining friends' instances. So let's tackle these one by one.
Yep.
Login issues and being stuck at position 1.
So this one we're actually deeply investigating right now. It looks like, so we have, and I'll go deep with technical details here to properly explain, not just the status report. So matchmaking, right? So when you click on that button, join the universe, you're talking to the matchmaking service or the matchmaking system. He will find one of the shard instances that's available, right? All these shards report their health to make sure that they're, doing good, that if one of their servers is not good or their FPS is not in a good condition, it always reports a score. And we will always try to match you to either something that has shard affinity to you or
Shard affinity.
well, it's either your player is already in that shard, right? That's the ultimate affinity, or you've been in that shard before. So we try to have a level of shard affinity. Now the problem with stuck position 1 is that we've matchmade you on a shard. And now the matchmaking service is basically telling the shard, this guy's coming. That's called a process called authorization. And for some reason, now the latest update that I've got this morning on this is that the authorization call sometimes will take multiple minutes to close out. And so we don't know what the cause is on this one yet. It's kind of a new identified condition, but that's one that we need to hotfix absolutely on live in order to get that back in there.
So that's one that, when we figure it out, is fixable by hotfix. Some things require a patch, some things require a hotfix that can be done on the. So that's a thing that can be fixed
Hotfix.
any day of the.
I can speak a bit about the hotfix, how it works, right? Now, I don't like to use the word hotfix for everything, but that's the word we have for now, right? Because not all fixes are necessarily hotfixes. Some of them are just, they need to go out. But so what we cannot fix right now is a server change. So a change that goes on the game servers. That's one of the easiest things to roll out. So we can actually make a code change and then we start deploying it, and then your game servers will slowly start updating, right? And that is the easiest one to roll out. But there's some requirements for this. There must be no data change, no asset change, and the network compatibility of the build needs to be maintained. And so that means that there are some things we cannot hotfix because it would cause a client incompatibility. And so there are some bugs that we're like, we have a fix, but we can't roll it out, right?
We have to wait for the next patch window.
Well, yeah, exactly, right? Which we are talking about in interest of this to have now like maintenance windows where we can actually roll out data fixes, right? Where we now need to force players to upgrade their client, but that would allow us to actually, take the environment down, also do some maintenance. We rarely do live maintenance on the environment just to, change things. We kind of try to keep them the way they are, but this will allow us to actually perform live changes more aggressively. So we're trying to nailed the process now for that. And so the second kind of thing we can change
Just
is
do
a
it like
hybrid
Blizzard
fix.
on World of
Now,
Warcraft.
Those are
like
very hard to
5
do
times a
because
week.
A hybrid
The game's down
restart
for
will
like
disconnect
8
all
hours.
players on a shard. And so we can't upgrade a shard that's already running. And so we have much fewer game shards now than before. And so that means that, disrupting them will have a drastic effect on the live environment. And so those fixes are a bit of a problem. So typically it reflects in the number and the name of your shard when the hotfixes roll out.
Chat is just spamming. Do it! Just do it! One of the things that we don't do that a lot of MMOs do is have that regular Tuesday downtime or something like that. And those are the times where those things are necessary for other games. Is this something we've considered?
Yes, that's what we're trying to prepare for now, is to have an official maintenance window. That we're not thinking about systematically doing a downtime, but we're thinking about scheduling it, and then we'll let players know before that happens. And then we'll be using those moments to do infrastructure changes or upgrades that normally we would.
And then wipe LTP and
that
lose
would
half
be,
your shit.
I'm just looking at chat right now. There's nothing you've said in the last hour and a half that's getting the reaction. They're just like, yes, give us a maintenance window. Fix your shit. 4!
No, that's 5.
Is that 5?
I think so.
5? Load times went way up.
Yeah.
In 4.0.
Yes.
Way up.
That's
Benoit.
right.
Yeah. Especially for Pyro.
Pyro side.
And frequently players would actually time out of their load.
Yeah.
What gives?
So,
What gives?
interestingly, now that's still being investigated, but the current hypothesis on this is that the way the Pyro system was built. First of all, the requirement when you connect, right? What the hell is the game doing, right, in that loading screen? And then you open the console and there's stuff flying around. What is it doing, right? It's going through this context establisher set of tasks, which are like all the phases for the connection, right? Currently, when players load into Pyro and have a long load time, it seems to be related to the way the system was built, where there's an entity in the Pyro system that holds the spacescape for the system. Right now, we're peeking behind the curtains of how the levels are made, but there's a requirement for the CET connection, right? That requires that all the entities that the client needs to load need to have an authority assigned, right? Now, so this is directly a server mesh change, and so if an entity that you're loading doesn't have an authority yet, which could be any server in the mesh, right? If one of them doesn't have an authority yet, then the load time will have to wait for this entity to gain an authority. Now, how can this entity not have an authority? So our current hypothesis is that if the server that is hosting that Pyro Spacescape entity, which has a giant radius, so every client loading into Pyro needs that entity. If the server that hosts that entity is currently rebooting because it has a crash on it, then all players will have to wait for that server to do the full provisioning loop, boot up, acquire, load the data, acquire the entity, and then players will load in. For some players, that overrides that busts the time it needs for the timeout for the login. So that's our current lead, and we think we have a fix, but we're obviously that's another one that we would roll out. I think it's a code fix on the hybrids that we can actually roll out for that.
While you were giving that answer, Chris Roberts just messaged and says, "Benoit, are we having login issues again?" and Guillaume is like, I'm poking Ahmed because Benoit's on SCL talking about this right now. So, get off Benoit's back, Chris. Delete. Do not hit enter. No, okay. So, I know I see people who are stuck in this thing who are waiting. Like, they shut their client down and they log back in. They shut their client down. Like, is that helping their case or is that hurting their case in this?
So I have a lot to say about that. So
I'm gonna head out.
So on everybody kind of has a recipe for fixing login issues, right? A lot of them involve disconnection, shard hopping, loading into AC, rebooting twice, printing a document, I don't know, right? That is actually one of the things that we've identified as missing in our testing process. So we do some load testing before we launch a patch. And so we test with clients logging in and logging out, and everything's great. What we're not testing is launch client, persistent universe, Alt F4. Launch client, persistent universe, AC, right, Alt F4. Client, persistent universe. And so a lot of the issues that we've seen in the 4.0 release, when we put in the persist hanger flow, for example, that allows you to log into your hanger, the system for this needs to move your player, we call it unstow your player into the shard. It also needs to unstow your hanger. Now, when players are constantly logging in and out of shards, now you've got multiple shards doing this process for you, and they need to complete that process. We've identified a ton of concurrency issues with this in 4.0, elements that we didn't test for because you test the load, not the repeated concurrency. And so that's one thing we've identified that we absolutely need to add to our testing process, because it's one of the other things. I've talked about this before. The difference between PTU and live is like a 20x increase. Yeah. That's also one big difference, is that on PTU players don't shard hop that much.
One of the forever things that if there's a double-edged sword of PTU, and there are many,
yes.
but this is like the one that's always amused me. People are more patient on PTU than they are on live because they recognize that they're helping us, they're helping the development of the game, they're doing a job, and that patience is necessary and wonderful. Yeah. But it doesn't make for an effective test of live, and it's yet another reason we have to go to these live environments sometimes, and we don't discover these things till live environments, because live is where Hyde comes out.
Right.
So many people in PTU are Dr. Jekyll, and they're all nice and knowledgeable and restricted, and then live environment is where it's interesting. It's all right.
Well, that's one of the key differences, right? And so a lot of the issues that are plaguing us right this second, right, are still remnants of that we are tracing a lot of them. I spent a lot of time on Spectrum during the break, during the vacation, workation, actually digging into a lot of those to be able to make sure that when the team would come back, that we'd have some traction on some of those.
Last question on servers, because then we're going to get to the character stowing and repair here.
Yeah.
What are shard locks, and why do servers become unresponsive?
Well, so that second part's
little question here.
All right. So shard lock, we never really call this shard lock. This is like a community term. You're never really locked into a shard, but your character can only be into one. And so if you get match made into one of, let's say, US E1B 010, everybody's favorite shard, which it is true, that shard is cursed. It's tell you right now, it's always 010. I don't know why, but that one is always the one.
Take it out to the shed and shoot it.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter which patch. The USE 010 shard, for some reason, is
the most popular. East US is always the most.
You go play there.
Probably got the most concurrency.
So hybrid will unstow your character.
Most people
moves it from the global database that allows you to
popular
go
region of the US.
Shard. Now you are, according to community, shard locked, right? Because you're playing in that shard right now. What's supposed to happen is that if you quit the client, or you get disconnected, or the client crashes, when you come back, you're going to get match made on this shard again, right? Now, if that shard is no longer available during the time where you decided to come back or whatever.
Yeah, and then EU people are getting on there too.
Then that's going to give you a nice little 60K error, right? Which will say, hey, your character is there. That shard is no longer available. Now, what that means is that behind the scenes, there's a process that's taking if the shard is crashed, there's a process that's currently processing that shard and will stow back your character. So it's time. Time will fix it, right, in this case. During the 4.0 preview, some players got into a state where the character could not get stowed back. That was a back-end
Pancakes was on
a
that.
bug that prevented that from happening.
Yeah.
And so their character was kind of seemingly corrupted.
Permanently
And so we
unstowed.
had to go in and fix a lot of those. That caused a permanent 60,030, I think is the one, where basically some players were stuck in that mode for a long time. And so we had to actually do manual actions to solve that. But otherwise, in most of the time, time will make your character go back to the stow position. And then once you're stowed back, you're able to go back in there. So that's what we call, or I think that's what the community calls shard locking.
Yeah, it was definitely the 630. It's building a reputation, you know. It's coming for 30K's crown right now.
Slowly.
60K is trying to take over.
Let's talk about elevators and trams.
All right.
Let's talk about elevators and trams.
We didn't talk about repair. You don't want to talk about repair?
Well, actually, that question was mostly about the 6030 and the
Okay.
stowing. You basically covered all that stuff.
That's kind of true.
So, elevators and trams.
Yeah.
Broken or missing elevators in various locations, preventing access to hangars and other areas, or simply trapping players inside. Trams that either let you fall through the floor or yeet you into lower orbit. My question to you,
What the fuck? That's 6. So, brief history, right, of transit.
Brief history.
This is a
Oh,
very
God.
old system that's been in the game for a long time. And transit in the context of streaming is already a non-trivial problem to solve, because and I need to dive into the why, so to explain a bit, you know, the complexities behind it. But so the transit system is composed of multiple components, right? You've got peripherals, so that's, for example, the button you press to call an elevator or a tram. It's the indicators that say, hey, the tram's coming in, you know, this amount of time. Those are peripherals. You have gateways, which are locations where a carriage can stop at. So, for example, if you're in Lowerville, you know, and you go to the train, where the train stops, it's like a station. That's called a gateway. You have carriages, which are either elevators, trains, trams, you know, all these things that move along a path. And then they go from gateway to gateway, and they respond to orders that are submitted from peripherals. All sounds nice and dandy. What's the problem, right? So in any game, any other game that doesn't have full-on level streaming, all of these things are always loaded. So the manager, the piece of code that actually is managing the fulfilling the orders and moving the carriages in general, or has the logic of the carriages, is always, all this network is streamed in. It's all loaded, so it's always available. It knows where the carriages are, it knows what's happening, everything is there. In our environment, because of our SOCS technology that allows us to have more performance on the servers because we unload the rest of the zone, that means we unload those carriages. So think about your Lowerville train that you see stop at you and then leave. On the server, if nobody's on the track, it doesn't have a carriage there. It's unloaded, right? And so the current iteration of the system actually destroys that carriage and will recreate carriages when it needs it, right? And there's been a ton of issues with this. So that's the first part, right? Is the streaming part. That makes it a bit more complicated. The second part is that the way the system was built initially, it would fulfill these orders to those send orders. Basically, you call the elevator from your hangar, I need to send a lift there. So the system is going to tell the lift to move. The lift moves on its own, right? So you will jump and then do the actual path. We want those to be physicalized, so they're actually following certain paths. Now, the issue is that combined streaming with these orders and state is lost in certain conditions. And so the system just needs a whole lot of changes on its communication layer to be reliable, and it needs a fundamental change in how it fulfills these orders. Instead of just sending a message to a carriage and hoping for the best, the transit manager needs to be actually always tending towards the state that it should be in, so that it can self-heal for any kind of issues, right? Whether creating the carriage failed or streaming out and losing a piece of it, the system needs to change to be able to properly do that. So that's what the new system that we're writing is going to do. It's going to solve these communication issues with streaming, and it will make the system self-heal. But we also need to do fixes to the current system immediately, right, to get that working. So now we do have a crack team on this right now, where we've significantly increased the size of the group that is looking at the current elevators issues, which we have absolutely regressed on. And they're looking at adding the self-healing component I just talked about directly in the system. So I was happy to hear that we have now proper reproductions for at least a couple of cases where the gateways are basically becoming defunct. And so you call the elevator and it never shows up, right? That's the number one case that we see at the moment. Or the other one is a lift shows up, you press a button and it doesn't move, right? So that's when the transit managers lost this carriage, or the gateway is no longer usable. And so now we have those reproductions, and they're not just happening at to players. Now we have an actual case where we're able to actually go down and we've seen what actually is going on, so we can put the self-healing things I just talked about to fix it.
So in the past, when we've talked about some of these issues and why they haven't been fixed or whatever, it's because we've had this aversion to doing double work.
Yeah.
We don't want to work on a Band-Aid when we know the long-term solution is ripping the whole damn thing out and replacing with something else.
Try to do minimal change on the existing and say.
What you just described, though, is doing both. Though. So at present, I just want to confirm this here. At present, some amount of persons are working on writing a brand new transit system built for the server meshing reality.
Correct.
And all this stuff.
Yes.
But at the same, that's going to take X number of months.
All right, so we don't get interrupted here, I'm going to replace this with this one. We should be
working on writing a brand new transit system built for
should have the rest of the whole thing.
The server meshing reality.
Correct.
And all this stuff.
Yes.
But at the same, that's going to take X number of months to do. Not wanting to wait for that because
we need to fix.
You need to fix now.
Right.
There's also another group of people focused on a short-term self-healing fix to the current system.
Yes.
That may not fix everything, but will dramatically improve it, is our hope.
Yes. Well, we want it to function the way it should function, which is all the time, like reliable, right? Now, it might mean, because we are still going to have the issue of the streaming out and some error handling, that it might take longer for a lift to arrive in certain cases, but it will arrive. And it will
because it'll have that error checking, it'll have that self-healing.
Correct.
So the idea is that it won't just not show up.
Right.
You won't just fall through it. You may wait twice as much as you were used to.
In those cases.
But then it will show up.
Correct.
Well, that would be something. At least for the short term.
Yes.
That would be something.
Yeah.
Okay. And that helps me explain why we're doing both.
Right. No, because we need to
why we're
fix
doing
it
short-term
right now.
fixes and
Exactly.
long-term. Okay, that makes more sense to me. Somebody asked, do the elevators in Squadron 42 work?
They use the same system, but the streaming bubbles in Squadron 42 are a lot higher. So
yeah, closed caption I think only works on videos that are fully uploaded.
Many people are like, just build
and
stairs. Like, who knows? Maybe we can convince Ian and Nick's will be all stairs.
Yeah.
No.
Or ladders, maybe. Yep. I don't know.
Hangars.
Yeah.
Hangars. All right. Failing to spawn ships correctly. Platforms getting stuck. Ships being destroyed while they're stored.
Yeah.
I saw that one. I'm like, what? Like, or hangars being assigned incorrectly. One by where do you want to start?
All right, I got to come clean first. On the ships being destroyed when stowed, that was 100% me. So we were looking at some.
Hold on, look right in the camera.
Yes.
It was you, Benoit.
Yes. So that was a backend change that we did to try to alleviate some of the load that we were seeing on some areas. And one of those side effects that was unplanned was that the location ID of ships weren't being updated when they changed. And so the way the ASOP terminal, again, moving sands, right, does its reconciliation, which shows you what's available for you, it actually uses the location as the key element to know if a ship is actually, available. Not only is it stowed, but it needs to be in the right location. Now, this change that I had made for optimization did cause, for a couple of days, the issue where the locations weren't updated, and so all your ships that were stowed in lower locations would show as destroyed. But they were there, but they would show as destroyed in ASOP. And so, yeah, I'm gonna take the blame for that one. That was me.
Is this like if a branch falls in a forest and nobody can hear it? Does it really? The ship's not technically destroyed, but if it reports destroyed and you can't call it because it reports destroyed, isn't it destroyed even if it's not destroyed?
Yeah. Well, actually, claiming it would actually destroy it too. So technically, it's destroyed.
Right, but we resolved that one.
Yeah, that one's resolved.
Okay, so let's get back. So let's talk about failing to spawn ships correctly, platforms getting stuck.
Right. So let's talk about hangars first, right?
Okay.
So, I mean, people that play more on the PTU know how the system works, but it's actually a bit special in that, first of all, the hangars are instance. So they're instance on your shard. You have access to your hangar based on, your ownership of it. But all the hangars on a given ATC gateway, so these are the actual hangar doors on the stations, right, are all stacked on top of each other, right? So that's why there's been bugs in the past during the PTU cycles for 4.0 where
you can
you
hear
would
somebody
hear,
else's
that and that bug took a while to fix because it required technology change. But that was also crazy. Like the sound was just, incredible. And so what that means is that when you're in the station and you want to go to your hangar, you have two options. One of them is use the lift. Now we're just talking about the lift, right? When you call the lift, it will actually unstow your hangar, create your hangar, and then give you permission to go there, right? Right the moment you hit that button. So there's a lot of things that need to happen in right successions. Then you enter your hangar.
Lost turned into 3 hours. Yeah.
There's render culling that comes into play that will make sure that you only see your hangar, even though everybody's on top of each other, that physics only affect you, right? So they're all stacked. Now, one of the big problems that we're dealing with right now, and we've been diving into it for a while, is that the ship elevator, has a couple of issues, right?
This is the VOD.
I've seen, an Avenger rising from the grave through it. I've seen, ships spawning on top of each other, and so there's two problems behind it. The first one is that the platform itself is it's moved, right? It's not a physical movement, so it's not physics driving the movement. The ship is physics enabled. That is a recipe for disaster. Correct. When you see flapping like that, it's like the combination of things, right? And so, we're currently like discussing a solution because there are limitations that the way it's made is the way that they were limited to make it, but we need to fix it. So it's either both elements are statically moved or they're both physically driven. You can't have this combination. That's what causes all these things. So that's why sometimes server FPS is good, performance is good, all your ships are going to go up that platform, everything's great. And some other times, half the ships is in the platform, and that's an issue. So currently, we're rechanging the layout and the setup of the hangars to set this up properly so that it never happens again. The unstow issue is.
Have you missed anything good? You missed a lot of
at
stuff.
The moment,
Benoit has been deep diving into things, man.
Of how
we're like 2 hours in.
When you leave your hangar,
only got about an hour left.
To stow back this hangar, right? Because if you go to another shard, we want you to have access to your hangar. The timing of this, if there's a ship on the pad when you leave, there's
definitely worth going back and watching if you're interested.
Where the ship will be stowed with the hangar instead of being stowed on its own, and then the hangar is clean. And that
Got the link,
condition
yeah.
is not properly detected when you unstow the hanger again. And so in the cases where, for you as a player, you're not going to see a difference in that you leave with the hanger on the ship on the pad, you leave your hanger, you come back on another shard, and you just go to your hangar, your ship's going to be on it. But if you call a ship from the station and you just go to your hangar, your ship's going to be on it. And the ship was carried call a ship from the up and down, then the ATC is not going to know that there's a ship on the pad, and he will attempt to spawn it there, and that's where crazy happens. And so currently we're looking at that complete cycle to make sure that the timing is correct. And there's also a couple of other issues related to this. Some corruption of data can happen in that case. And so we have an entire team dedicated to the hangars right now, just making sure these issues get solved, because they're affecting everybody. I'm happy to report, though, that one other issue that we had with the hangars got solved related to how you exit the hangar. So
Usually in a ball of flaming wreckage.
well, or after 25 minutes of queuing where the system tells you, hey, in 100 seconds you'll be able to leave. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And so so we did hotfix a change to the way that what I call the hangar queues are managed, right? So again, the ATC manages the queues. It's managing how you exit your hangar, which doors open, stuff like that. And at concurrency, so when a lot of players are in the same location, leaving and entering, this queue and those timers would get completely out of whack. And so it would either grant too much time to someone to leave or enter. We're talking 10x the time, or give you literally 3 seconds to leave. And then players would get stuck in the doors, where the doors would go, and then would try to squeeze in it. The doors would squeeze them out. And then, the rest is a little bit of a party.
Mm-hmm.
So we hopefully have something on live already alleviating this, but we're still tracking to confirm it completely that it doesn't happen again.
For the folks that are still in the chat saying, please just give us staircases, the hangars are instanced. The stairs would just still go to, the elevator is a portal between the real world and your instance world. Even if you spent 5 minutes going up and down stairs, you would still have to hit a portal where you have to queue and push a button and it makes a portal for your thing. It's the same thing. An elevator is just the mechanism. Stairs don't solve it, unfortunately. Hard work of developers and engineers solve it. What's the obstruction tuning and stuff? I saw. I've seen images internally of the elevator won't go down, and then Brett or somebody on player experience or whatever will jump in and go under the thing, and they'll see a dragonfly stuck under the elevator that stops it from going down.
And so the problem we talked about physicalization of the platform is definitely related, because then the obstruction code that will, you can't bring down the ship elevator because there's obstruction.
Jared got his baby face,
like,
yeah.
If there's
he
like
shaved
a
again.
speckle of dust under that platform, it's not going to move, right? Which was, let's just say, a bit
too aggressive.
Way too aggressive. And so I think at this point we're doing cleanup to just try to stow back. If one of your ship goes on the platform, we'll deal with it and stow it back. But it still needs work to make sure that, even if, I remember one of the early 4.0 preview bugs was like a water bottle would clip through the platform and then would prevent the hangar from functioning completely. And so now we're trying to, again, in the interest of self-healing for these systems, right? It's about, let's not just work at preventing the condition, let's also work at what if it happens anyway, right? We need to do aggressive cleanup to keep the system working. Like the hangars, the elevators, the hangar doors, the ATC systems are all part, in my mind, of what I call the traversal of the game, right? And bugs that affect the traversal of the game, that prevent you from going to your ship and leaving, or entering in and refueling, they are of the utmost priority, right? They have to be solved, because if that doesn't work, then the game doesn't work. They're critical.
And lastly, I'm looking at this JIRA for the hangars being assigned incorrectly. Location ID, it's got your name on it.
Well, I've been investigating that one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You're not responsible.
I'm not responsible for it yet, until proven otherwise. But in this case, it seems that there's a condition where you can have more than one hangar in a location of the same size, which should not happen. And when the system gets in this state, it might pick one or the other, which can lead to you not having a hangar at all. So that's the thing that we're trying to find out how it actually happens.
Okay. Second batch of hangar issues.
Sure.
There's a lot.
Yeah.
Hangar lifts that clip players' ships and destroy them. Doors not opening and closing correctly. Losing your personal hangar completely. And I have the overlapping with the physical audio. We've covered that one.
Yep.
So hangar lifts that just clip the little tiny corner of my spaceship and make it go explode.
Sure.
What's physicalized there, Benoit?
Well, so I was going to touch a bit on ship cleanup, and not necessarily ship cleanup, but density cleanup in general. We talked about the physics events, right, in the past, earlier in the show, right? So the physics events are a godsend for the server performance because we evict all these debris that are causing intersections, slowing down physics. And so that's one of the reasons why we've been able to get performance of the servers up in general. Now, one of those components, well, the same system, is actually responsible for a pink glow that shows up on a ship and will just pop it, right? And so that's part of how we try to resolve the physics intersection for ships, right? And the way it works right now is that it has a smoothed number of frames where if the physics engine is like heavy intersection, at some point it will go like, okay, like something needs to happen. The way we handle that event is still a bit too aggressive right now. And so in some cases, it triggers a heavy intersection and will pop out the ship. But we don't want this to happen to attended vehicles ever. And so we're working right now at adjusting that flow so that only unattended vehicles in full intersection for a very long number of frames are cleaned up. And so right now it's a bit too aggressive for this part. But the distinct glow, pink glow, is we added that to make sure we could identify those problems which we expected would kind of happen until we tuned the system properly.
We are at 2 hours.
They got a lot of physics tuning they need to do. You can't even drop a gun on the ground with it without it flipping out and
Pete, Dave,
falling through
Lauren?
things and just tripping balls in
You
general.
okay? Honestly, I'm not even joking. If you need to go, just leave the camera switched on Benoit.
Yeah.
Nobody needs to see this face anymore. Just leave the camera switched on Benoit and we're going to keep going. Are you cool? Okay, but seriously, if you do have to go, do it. Just wave and be like, it's on Benoit. I can see it. I want to keep going.
Yeah.
Inventory and item persistence issues.
Right.
Items are disappearing from inventories, ships, and storage containers. This includes bought items, looted items, mission cargo. What's causing this? What are we doing to resolve it?
Well, so on the inventory system, right, there's, or I should say on the item system. So the way the entities are tracked, entities have entity classes that define what they are, right? And there are, I want to say, tags or configurations we can attach to entities for things that we want to automatically clean up, right? Again, we're back on cleanup, right? Because it's important. So, for example, AI, characters will have what we call an auto stow or auto bury policy. Auto stow will bring something back to an inventory after certain conditions are met. Auto bury will destroy an entity if certain conditions are met, right? Automatically. So that's our ability. That gives us our ability to go, this thing is good, let's say for 12 hours, and after that, we can get rid of it. This is true for like debris or things we spawn on the side or things like that. And so a lot of people have reported losing items, for example, from CZs that were acquired in CZs. Mm-hmm. That's, at that point, it wasn't even a system issue. It was really, those items were flagged to auto-destroy, basically. And so some players looted armor and were like, started using those armors, and then when the conditions met for the auto-bury, those items disappeared, right? I almost lost this one. And so that was a bad setup, right? And so now I know that a lot of those items have been retagged, right? And so the auto policy will not apply to them, or Not if they're attended. Again, it's all about, you know, making sure that the right tags are on them. So that explains some of the inventory things.
Yeah, Jerry put
There was
together a lot of
one,
really good
that
questions.
I was looking into
so far.
with a player actually recently, where when you read your inventory, there's caching going on, right? And when your inventory changes, that cache is supposed to be expired. In certain locations, for some reason, that cache, like especially in CZs, was causing some problems. So opening your inventory in the CZs would be empty, and then you open it again, and then you store something in it, and now other items show up. That's a telltale issue of the cache. So we're actually revamping the query cache right now for these elements to make sure it's always consistently updated. Your stuff is there. It's just
It just can't show.
It's cache as nothing. Yeah, exactly.
With long-term persistence, it seems like it seems like there's always some level of something disappearing.
Yeah.
Every patch.
Yeah.
What's going on here?
So LTP is a fairly complicated system, right? But if I can simplify it as much as I can, when you stow something in an inventory, and we take that item and we process it. Well, let's take a easy example. Let's say a single gun. You have P4. You have a P4. You put it in an inventory that you own. A record is created for it's an ownership record that says this player owns a P4, right? Now these records we write to all the time. If you unstow that gun, meaning you put it in your hands, right? We destroy that record because now it's in play. So you play with the gun and then you stow it back. That recreates the record. So these records should always represent what you've got in your inventory that you own. Now, where it gets complicated is that these things can be hierarchies that contain items that then need to be processed. And so we don't persist everything to LTP. Only a select set of entity classes that designers control will go into LTP. For example, ships is a good example, things like that. Now, when we stow a ship, we look at its entire hierarchy, and there might be things attached or loosely left in the ship that are LTP.
On the list.
Correct, and now they have to be added in. So also with LTP, there's also sometimes perception issues that things should persist, right? Like for example, a classic case is a ship left in the shard between patches, right? You're flying your ship in 3.24 and we release 4.0. If you leave the ship there in the shard, right, you don't have an ownership record for it, right? The ship needs to be stowed in order to be there when we recover it. But we do think that there are still issues with some of the recording events in cases where ships are claimed, because at that point, when you join into the next patch, let's say you have a ship you bought with UEC and you store it at a location. That ship actually, its recorded ID comes from your long-term persistent record of that ship. And in the case where you claim that ship again, we think that there might be some cases where the inventory, the record data doesn't follow, and so the LTP record is not recreated. And that could be a source of some of the lost ships in the LTP data. But overall, we're not happy at all with that solution in general. And a bit like you were talking about transit, we want to do a two-pronged approach on this. One of them is we want to find the cases that are left in the current system that don't behave the way we want them, but we're also putting significant effort at a different system for this, which is that we don't want to have to wipe the database at all. So we want to be able to keep your inventories intact between patches and have a forward compatible model where we can actually keep all this data there the way it is, and then
like checking out a file from Perforce. You're not destroying it. You're
correct.
Copying it out. Nobody else can write to it. Nobody else can mess with it.
That's right.
It's yours.
Yeah.
And then when you stop it, it goes back. It goes back in. So it's not a non-destructive.
Yeah. And
like
so
checkout system.
And so our goal with this is that's a fairly large endeavor. I mean, like, we're not going to fix it in a second, right? We're going to still hot patch the current system to make sure that the cases that we've seen are fixed. But the longer term fix is to make sure we only persist the data that's going to be compatible. So differentiate between the serialized variables on entities that are important to a ship from those that are runtime only. That's a big difference. So those will be stored in the global database, and between patches, our goal is to just keep that database like this. So there's no, oh, we're getting records back from a thing that was been recording for 3 months. It's like,
Yo, hey, what's going on, dude? How we doing? Welcome in, welcome in. 50 raid is Wi-Fi cut out. Oh no. Oh, that's unfortunate. Well, I do tell them I appreciate the raid, and yeah, we are watching a Star Citizen live where they're going over a lot of technical things about the issues currently in the game and their plans of how to fix them. So yeah, it's really cool. You can find it on Star Citizen's channel on Twitch if you're interested. It's a 3-hour Star Citizen live where they talk about this stuff with Mr. Benoit here, who is the Chief Technical Officer of Cloud Imperium. So very knowledgeable, knows about a lot of the intricacies of the game right now. So, oh look, an ad break. Nice. Pink, what's going on? How are you today? Good to see you. But yeah, that's what's going on right now. So we're just going through it and listening what they have to say. Jared's been asking a lot of really good questions. So if you are into Star Citizen, you've maybe haven't been playing it for a while, definitely worth a listen to see what they've got to say. So, you know. Playing House Flipper, hiding from the world. Hey, I completely understand that.
like no, it's the exact same inventory that you have on the live patch and the new patch. So there's no loss at all, right? So that's our target for this new LTP solution.
And those are obvious. Those are bugs and inefficiencies and stuff. There has still always been this. There's been this existing problem. I think it's been here since I've been here, but I think it's really started to really gain steam in like 2017, 2018, and it's been forever. It's this unique item recovery.
Sure.
I'm pretty sure there was even a thread today that reached the top of one of those channels where it's just like, you know, we get all these cool things. You get cool things packaged in with your pledge purchases or whatnot, and then you're too afraid to wear them. You're too afraid to use them because you fall through one planet. You fall through one lousy planet. Sure. And you lose it forever. We're not going to go into it here because there's another show dedicated to it. But that is absolutely prioritized.
Ask them about falling through planets and what the hell they're going to do about that.
Prioritized. The talk is stopped.
They need to do something about that.
So we've got a signed off design, and people are on it right now.
Falling through a planet is something that should never be allowed to happen.
I mean, the thing that speaks a little bit to also the change in mentality that we're trying to affect, which is tackling things like this, right? Are not just bugs and quality issues, but also playability issues, right? That need to be addressed as well.
It's going to be a 3-tiered solution. Again, we'll have a show where we go through it all. I'm filming with Declan next week on it's like this. There'll be a short term that'll help a lot. There'll be a long term that'll help even more, and then the super long term is crafting and basically you just you get blueprint for everything. You can just make your own, and it's like that, so you never ever have to worry about it. So it's a multi-stage thing, but this first stage just got signed off and it's in active development. And
you excited?
I joke. It's not a joke. I say it with all sincerity that the same conversations the backers have, we have internally just 3 weeks earlier.
100%.
Been.
I mean, sometimes
grinding our gears.
Sometimes it's scary, right?
For everything.
Sometimes it's scary.
So that to see actual movement on this right now is exciting.
Yep.
One last thing here, call out before we go. The aggressive ship despawning mechanic.
Yeah.
Sometimes ships are despawned while people are still inside them.
Yeah, that should not happen ever. In fact,
it's nice to hear it said out loud.
No, the system is supposed to be made that we have a passenger count on each of those ship entities, and if there's a passenger, even if he's not piloting, and even if it's not his ship, we should not be despawning those ships at all. And so that's definitely on the lookout right now as to why it happens. I mean, there's a couple root causes. Unfortunately, for it just looks the same, right? Again, if you don't have the pink glow, right? The pink glow is the telltale tells it's physics, right? It's the physics detection, which we're going to ease up. If the ship just despawns out of midair, right? I've seen this happen with ATC. Sometimes has with the timer problem that we fixed before had an issue where it could despawn your ship mid-flight when you left, which was egregious. I think that one has been solved, but jury's still out. I want a proper confirmation on it. The one where your ship is considered unattended and you're still in it and it despawns is completely like that needs to be solved right, like hotfix right away.
Okay. Mission bugs.
Yeah.
Now we went through a refactor with 4.0 that reduced the mission options, hopefully temporarily,
Yep.
but we're still seeing a lot of the same issues that we saw before. Arriving at a location and having no AI spawn, mission objectives failing to register, and cargo disappearing upon completion. The Fight for Pyro event going on right now is particularly affected, with many players unable to complete it, or various aspects of it due to bugs. Save stat in Chapter 1 was like walking through a minefield trying to figure out which parts worked and which parts didn't. The net 402 has more mission stuff in the content. It's like, talk to me about missions,
Sure.
please. Elliot, this one's for you. I gave you crap on the other one, but I'm doing this for you, man.
Okay.
Help us out.
So let's start at the beginning, right?
Okay.
What did we do in 4.0 for missions, right? So the way missions worked previously is that we had first one server with all the entities, all the 100 players playing on it. When you played missions, there was an invisible entity created on the server somewhere. The location doesn't matter, right? That would manage that mission, right? And the way the missions work, if you can picture it in your mind, is that there's a mission management module. And then when you reach certain locations, right, when you stream in that location, a mission module at that location is going to actually kick in and has its own logic for, like, if you're picking up a box, for example, let's say a box delivery mission, you get to that location, there's a mission module that pops up. Does the pickup logic. When you unpick up, it's like, oh, you need to go to this other one. Then there's another mission module at that location. Now that's the way, and then if I add global events on top of that, there's a global events manager on top of that. That was like a global thing on the server. Now I've said global multiple times here. Every single one I said, every single time I said global is not compatible with server meshing because we don't have a global entity setup, right? And so what needed to happen is a fairly large engineering task. I hate that we just said refactor, that we branded this as refactor, because it's really a new core mission system behind the scenes, which is completely outside of the game servers and does the orchestration of what a mission is, right? And the global flow of a mission. You have something to complete. There are phases, objectives, there's state tracking, there's requirements, and rewards, right? And so it's the mission system is what we call it. There's no longer a mission entity that's hold on the server that just manages the whole thing. They all communicate to the mission system that then ticks the logic of the mission forward. Even though all these mission modules, written by the Kid Rock of Mission, can do all kinds of fun things, at each of the different locations. So the fundamental work was to make sure that the mission system was functional in server meshing. That was really the part of the gameplay element that was completely incompatible with server meshing. Another piece that we needed to solve in the build for 4.0 and as part of the mission system is how markers work. And so markers are always a big issue. Have always been a big issue in Star Citizen since the very beginning. And with server meshing, these became even more problematic. So, let me state the problem. You're on a Pyro game server, and I'm on a Stanton game server, but I add you to my party. Now I want a party marker on you, right? Mm. My game server doesn't even have your star system loaded. Like, it doesn't even know what's going on, right? And so for that, we needed a piece of technology that would allow the streaming system to stream your entity marker on my server so I could actually see your position changing. And so we've built all of this in place, but that's a fundamental change to how markers work. And now I'm going to dive into why do we have that many bugs behind it.
It's almost like we need a replication layer for the mission system itself.
Almost, right? Like for things that are tracking objectives across systems, things like that, right? And so the way we call those things, like the markers, are independently streamable entities, blah, 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 which basically allows us to have a marker on an entity that's anywhere in the server mesh. Now that system works, right? It's in place. It's been fairly reliable, but that touches on all the markers in the game, and so a lot of issues came up for that. And one of the things that we have not tackled with the refactor is how missions are built. And to Elliot's credit, right? I think that
we're using Elliot's name, but there's
I'm
James,
using him. There's James. There's
Elliot, Lars,
Nick, all these guys. But so the credit to all these guys, right? We have not provided this team with the right tools to build compelling missions. They are dealing with an archaic scripting system that dates back to a previous era that we are just about to finish modernizing by replacing to give these guys modern tools and modern approaches. And so going back to markers, the markers are completely managed by game designers and set and removed and displaced and whatever. And that makes for very complicated systems and logic that's not very robust. And so that's why even with a robust marker system, because the markers are managed a bit ad hoc in mission scripts, it makes it really complicated to follow. Like I remember distinctly when we did the golden ticket event, which that was the whole mission, was like there's a marker on the ticket, right? Well now, the holder puts the ticket on his core armor. Now am I tracking the core armor? And then how does that work? And so, and the mission logic had to manage all these cases. And so now that we've kind of finished the foundation for making the mission system function in server mesh, and we're going to obviously keep iterating on making it robust in this setting and fixing the missions to make sure that they also leverage the system properly, bringing back the missions that are missing, but also improving the ones that are there so that they're even more robust, right? We have started the engineering work with the new StarScript Foundation to rethink how missions are made from the get-go, to give Elliot, Nick, James, and all these mission designers the right tools so that they're not bogged down with details. If you saw the way they make missions now, it's like involved, right? And we want to make sure that these guys focus on the flow and not on the functionality they have to build, so that programmers can support that content. So when we're talking about this change of focus, we're saying, we're going to deprioritize features. We're also going to prioritize features for content as well, right? So that they can make content that's fun and reliable, so that missions that have been notoriously problematic, or events that have been notoriously problematic, become fun and reliable, right? And that's what we really want to do for the mission part.
All right. That's going to be incredibly important.
That team is looking forward to that.
The mission stuff, especially for this year, this idea that of a narratively driven, content driven year, if we're not providing, 8 to 10 sexy new features every single patch, we're now providing, places to go and things to do instead, connected to this narrative. Again, we'll talk more about the narrative on next week's ISC. Having that mission system seems like one of the larger, if I were in charge of the priorities, it seems like one of the larger ones. But we actually have some conversation about how you can affect that priority thing at the end of the show. Don't let me forget. Quantum drive.
Yeah.
Quantum travel.
The bug that keeps on giving.
There's a lot of starting and stopping with quantum travel. A lot of repeating the same actions over and over to get something to work. And a lingering issue of fuel states not syncing between meshes or simply vanishing altogether. Where's my quantum fuel, Benoit? And of course, some ships themselves disappear during quantum travel.
Right. A rarer case, but possible.
Do we have our own Bermuda Triangle? What's going on?
Well, yeah, Jens did add some notes here and said, if you find the Bermuda Triangle, please report it on IC. So quantum has been, since the very beginning, we put the first meshing test in place. That was the first thing, right? It's like, quantum stops when I cross a server boundary. That's what happens, right? Still. So the same symptom has been, again, triggered by multiple, issues.
You find 5 causes, the 6th one shows up.
Correct, exactly. And the latest ones are related to the resource container. So again, I don't want to dive too deep on this, but like entities have classes that define what they are, and they have components on them that define their functionality. So like, if I have a box with a health component, then the health component manages its health, its damage, and its destruction, right? So the entire game is made like this, with components that define things. And so the quantum drive is made up of multiple components, and these components need to deal with the change of authority when we cross a server boundary. And so there's a lot of entities intertwined for quantum drive to function. Fuel, resource container, and quantum drive. And we've been fixing issues with this transition on these entities nonstop since the beginning, because there would be a fix, then it would work for 2 patches, then a change to how we deal with chum points would come in, and then re-break it, right? And so we are in deep regression on a lot of things, right? And so to solve that, we need a lot more focus on validating the issues. It's like, yeah, we fixed this. Okay, let me try transition 1, 2, 3, 4. Like more, I don't want to say more QA, but more QA. We need a lot more QA to validate the fixes.
We're in the home stretch. How you guys doing?
Still
Again,
here. Cool.
If you need to leave, just, Pete, I'll drive the microphones back to you tomorrow. If you guys need to take off. So a little behind the scenes here. I write a doc, and all the things I want to hit and stuff like this, and I make myself little notes about things I want to remember that I hit.
Put some red
This
stuff.
one just says prisons. I'm tired. What's going on? It's all I wrote for this. Prisons. I'm tired. What's going on?
So prisons is, and I've learned about this in inquiring a bit about the mission, the prison bug, right? Is actually a mission, and it's a very old mission.
Yeah.
Right. So it's a mission module that runs the prison logic. And so for those, I'm sure everybody's familiar, but for those who are not, for some reason, there's a bug that lasted through preview and at the beginning of 4.0, I think, or it was fixed just before that, where if you were a criminal and you got caught and you ended up in Clutcher,
You got what you deserved.
well, I don't know, but you could try the prison escape, which didn't work because the mission logic that drives the prison escape is tied to this. And so the codes weren't outputting correctly. The logic was basically made for the old mission system. It was not ported. That's part of the refactor. And so it basically depended on when you get to that location to give you a new mission instance for your prison experience, which the new system requires that these modules are persistent and stay there, which accumulate the logic change. And so the logic becomes desynchronized with the state of the mission. So what that did is that you would literally do your time, either use smuggled in adenite from somebody else or mine it, pay your due, and then the elevator will look forward to the front, to the prisoner who's paid us, blah, blah, blah. And then you would press the elevator. Again, elevators are back. Press the elevator to leave, and then it would never detect that the action area that you're leaving is actually triggering, which triggered the, leave prison logic, right? And so the guys have done a hotfix for this in preview, actually at the end of the preview, I think, where they've moved the logic for this leave prison flow to the actual law component that's on your character. And so now we're guaranteed that no matter how weird this flow would get, it's actually going to be reliable.
You just said we guarantee it's going to be reliable. We are 2 hours and 30 minutes into this.
No.
You just used the phrase, it's guaranteed
All right,
to be reliable?
Let me rewind. It should be a lot more reliable because your player's always streamed in. So I have a fairly good confidence on this fix, as long as the elevator works.
So as the elevator works, and it's not reliable
That's
at all.
a big caveat, Benoit. As long as the elevator.
As long as
we could sit here for another 2.5 hours and say all kinds of grand things and just be like,
Sure.
as long as the elevator works.
Oh, jeez.
Maybe we'll put some stairs in prison. In fact, there are, but you need the prison escape code to get them.
All right, got like 4 more topics. We're done.
Uh-huh.
Mining.
Yeah.
Sometimes minables are taking up to an hour to fully load in, making them rather impossible to mine.
Yeah. Mining has been actually a dreaded gameplay loop in 4.0. That's one of the reasons when we did the evaluation, whether 324 or 4.0 preview, whatever, we did take a look at mining. Like, is mining functional? Is mining in the prospector functional? Is mining in the mole functional? Is mining on the rock functional? Is hand mining functional?
Mining on the rock has never been functional.
It actually was intermittent in the first report, but
I hate the rock DS.
We've identified what we think is causing this delay. It's basically the conversion from the render node object, because the mining and harvestables are always in large quantities, right? They could be a very large performance hog, and so they're highly virtualized, and so there's a conversion from render node to entity that is, for some reason, very slow. And so we're diving in to try to figure out what's going on, but that's what's happening. So that's why it takes time for them to show up properly.
There's nothing wrong with the rock DS, people, just with the people who like it. All right, I'm officially tired. The views and opinions of Jared Huckabee do not represent those of Cloud Imperium Games, Roberts Space Industries, or its subsidiaries.
Hey, we didn't talk about the mission reduce strict rep gates.
The what?
The reduce strict mission sharing has also been reduced with new strict rep gates. Is what
I just thought that sucked. I didn't think you had an answer for it.
No, I got
Okay.
an answer for it.
All
I
right,
went to the people.
You screwed up mission sharing and the payouts, and it's miserable and it's terrible now.
Well, so there was a bug that caused everybody in a given mission to get the reward for the missions, right? So that means if a mission payout was 10K, then everybody would get 10K, everybody participating.
It was amazing.
Well, so
I loved it when that.
so the funny bit is I talked to Rich Tyrer about it, and he's like, I couldn't catch it before they fixed it. That's what I want. And so ultimately, it wasn't exactly what we wanted, but that's the direction we want to go in. We want to encourage you guys to play together. And so having
Got a lot of work to do on that front.
Divided is kind of a counterpoint, right? To get people to play together. Like, why group with you if I'm going to get half the payout, right? And so the thing is, like, the system doesn't work the way we want it to do. So the fix did go through, right? Because it was an easy fix and we had the right persons in place to do it. But that's not where we want this to be. We do want to improve that part.
We're at 2.5 hours.
Yeah,
And talking about all the bugs that still need to be fixed.
correct.
And the one bug we did fix was one we didn't want to fix.
I know, it's crazy, right? It's a train.
You know, I challenge you. Whatever you think about the project or me or Benoit, the show, you've never seen an episode of any kind of dev communication like this from any other game developer. Nobody's ever been willing to sit in a chair for 2.5 hours plus and be grilled about all this. So, all right. Just 2 more or 3 more.
Three more.
3 more subjects. 3 more subjects.
We got mining done.
3 more subjects. Yeah.
What's the next one?
Vulkan.
Yeah.
And NVIDIA driver issues.
Yeah.
So players who are using Vulkan with the latest NVIDIA drivers are reporting graphical artifacts and crashes. I know some of these crashes were seen from third-party softwares. What was that one that we found? One guy who had like 40 instances of the same crash, and it was all linked to this third-party thing he was using.
Oh, was that Reshade on this?
Was it Reshade? It was called something else. I can't remember. Overall, what can you tell us about what's happening with Vulkan and the NVIDIA drivers?
Well, so we're still investigating the cause, but for now, right, we think it's related to a specific driver version from NVIDIA related to the upgrades for the 5090 cards. So we're not quite sure exactly, but it is definitely, when you update your NVIDIA drivers, there are 2 drivers, one for Direct3D and one for Vulkan. It doesn't look like it, but there are 2. And so we think that there's an issue related to the latest version of the driver for Vulkan specifically. And so you could downgrade your drivers and it probably solve the issue in the meantime, but we're still investigating to make sure it's completely not, you know, related to this. But we've been investigating other games are also having the same issue. And so we're,
Yeah,
you know,
there was one or two drivers that go where I saw somebody, they had glowing heads. All the character heads were glowing and stuff, and they were on Vulkan.
We don't think it's a third-party app in this case, though.
Yeah, no, that was just one instance we were chasing down. I was watching.
You do need to be careful with third-party apps that inject into the 3D pipeline for multiple reasons. One of them being that the ESC sandbox can catch it, but also because they can cause GPU crashes. So,
all right. The last two are about how we make these things better. Issue Council. So, Issue Council has bugs. Issue Council has some issues with it. Players are talking about the effectiveness and usability of the Issue Council. I've seen them expressing frustration with the dupe system and suggesting improvements to the reporting process. There is significant discussion about the difficulty of reporting recurring bugs that have previously been marked as fixed. Why is this happening, and how do we address this going forward? Well, these are the folks who are trying to help us.
The first thing I would say is that the Issue Council at CIG is of extreme importance, right? Even though for players, if you don't feel like your issue is being actioned or that there's retroaction from the team, you can be certain that we have, especially Bayer's group is at the forefront of this, but Issue Council reports are significantly of high quality in general when they do pass the filters, of course, right? And so we use that data every day, right, to confirm issues. A lot of the issues we have on our famous directors list that I just talked about are not internal JIRAs. They're IC reports, right? And so that process is super key for us. It's a very difficult signal to noise ratio process though, because the level of effort put into reporting is not necessarily of smooth, like the quality range is large is what I'm trying to say. Some reports are like game no work, others are like extremely filled with evidence and you know, and those are the ones we want, obviously. We do want to improve the dupe system. So I've seen several backers on the ETF and elsewhere that are very active at calling out dupes. And for now, I think that their voice are kind of muddled by people saying, oh, I can reproduce, right? Instead of saying, oh, I confirmed this dupe, right? So we're actively looking at how we can improve that flow because that's a major, like when we identify a duplicate, it's a major win, right? So when you contribute to the Issue Council, a new report is, depending on the issue, right, takes a lot of effort for it to reach us because you need to get reproductions on it. Reproducing another issue is a great contribution, but identifying a dupe is probably the best contribution you can make because that helps us a lot. And for now, that's not leveled enough. So we want to change the way the Issue Council works to make that a lot more at the forefront for sure. But the prioritization and the upvotes have historically been used, but in this new process, we're also trying to lean into this a lot more. And so the please fix hammer button, right, to upvote an issue, we're going to try to give it a voice and actually make some of the internal discussions we're having, I can share some thoughts if you guys are interested, are even to have community identified issues directly in the directors list, like make the community a director in this list.
There's also some amount of things being marked dupes that aren't dupes.
Sure.
So, it's people are moving fast. Some people think they've seen that before or whatever, or they think this is the same thing as that, but it's not. Right. It's just in the same ballpark or whatever. So there's also this thing that happens where things are getting marked duped and they're not duped, and that's right. I don't know how you battle that.
No, well, that's a balancing act, right? That's why, for now, I feel like the dupe markers are kind of more experienced, testers that are helping us, and but deduping, right, will happen typically when we actually intake a bug, right, from the community, and we're going to try to repro it internally. That's where we're like, oh, it's been marked as a do, but it actually is a new symptom, or it's the same case as another one or not.
Do you think there's some amount of, is it possible that there's some amount of semi-malicious intent there? People who are farming dupes or using bots or whatever, because as I know there are incentives for participation in the IC and stuff like this.
Right.
Obviously, we incentivize the use of the issue council because it was incredibly important to our to the way that we make the game. But any incentive
Sure.
tends to be weaponized in some way, shape, or form.
Right.
So have you seen evidence of this? Is this?
No, not so far, right? Not so far as to say like, oh yeah, there's this going on, right? The worst things that we've seen so far on IC would be things like brigading a specific issue, right? And that's why also we've been kind of careful with rewards to the issue council. It's not because we don't want to reward players that are doing stuff there, like we are doing some of them, but we're always trying to stay asynchronous so that you can't go, oh, they're going to reward for this, so I'm going to go and create reports, or I'm going to create dupes, or I'm going to create whatever.
It's obviously you're the person who would know, and it's not that I don't believe it. What I've seen,
Sure.
and what I'm reading in chat right now. Would you commit to maybe taking a look at that and maybe seeing
Sure.
if
Yeah.
maybe it is being
Absolutely
manipulated?
Yeah, I can absolutely look at it.
Okay.
Especially if there's a sense that that's happening. Yeah.
Yes, Apple Tango. It's the best part about living in the UK.
Never had that. Actually.
Last, obviously we're not covering every bug, every topic in
No.
the thing. It's,
Well,
you know, we've
we got
done
a
more
couple
than
more hours.
We've done more than any human being in the world. I've never seen this look on David's face before. Like David was a kind and jovial spirit,
And now he's like down.
and now he's like, like I'm gonna pay for this.
Yeah.
The error codes themselves, famously,
Yeah.
30K could mean 40 different things, 50 different things, 60 things. We have made progress. We've absolutely made progress. But even that 630 is that's not just one thing. There's multiple causes for even the 630 and stuff like this.
Of course.
Are there any initiatives in place to help this drive down? Anybody who's worked in IT, I worked in IT for 20 years before I came here. Everybody knows that the worst errors are the ones where you can't rely on the error code, and you're never going to get 100%. You're never going to get to a point where every single error code is just going to spell out to you everything that's exactly wrong with the thing. But I feel like there's still improvements we can make.
Absolutely.
We're not at that point where there's nothing more we can do.
No.
So what are we doing about it?
Well, so on error codes, the error codes are gonna go and merge pop-ups into that, right? Because I mean, the error pop-ups date back to the very original start of the project. Like nobody's touched these things in forever, right? So the nicely misaligned cancel button is my favorite pet peeve, right?
Why haven't we fixed that button?
Well, we're fixing it. So we actually have a CL right now to change all these pop-ups to make them at least readable, and aligned, right? So we start with that. But
no, you start with the elevators, then you fix the button.
so the error codes themselves, right? So there's already good categorization for issues. So every kind of like 30,000 errors, 40,000 errors, 60,000 errors are all like families of errors. Unfortunately, over the years, we've added more systems, we've grown the infrastructure, and there's a lot more causes for exit or fatal errors than there are actual code assigned in those categories. And so what we're doing now is kind of seeing if we can surface more information. 30,009 is typically related to your character during login, but there's a million causes that could cause a 30,009, whether it's that shard can't outstall your player, or your player is missing a component, or, and we're trying to surface more of that so that there's more of these cases so that you can, as a player, know a bit more about it. Also, the wording for some of those errors are being revamped because, they're not always very clear. And we're trying to...
I want to do that shocked bird gif right now. Continue.
Correct. And so adding more details and more granularity to our error codes, changing the wording, making sure they're more effective at representing what they are, and eliminating a bunch of there's a couple cases where we fall to a default error code for kind of unknown conditions. That's what we need to flesh out, is like the unknown, what is the unknown condition? You know, try to surface more error codes from the other systems to get more of that information in place. So we need more clarity on that side, so that players like, oh, I get a 19K error. What does that mean, right? Like I go in Spectrum a lot in the SC testing chat, and I see players going like, what's the fix to 19K errors, right? And a 19K raw error is like your client can't talk to the backend service at all. So it's typically a client-side problem, firewall, machine connectivity, something like that. But the error message itself is really unclear, right? It's like, oh, we failed to log you in, right? Well, what can I do as a player to fix that, right? So we're trying to get a lot more clarity on these error messages. That's part of like the improvements of these things that have been plaguing us forever. These goddamn pop-ups are one of them.
I've had it to hear with these goddamn pop-ups.
Hey, you want a funny one? Like here's a funny one on these pop-ups, right? Because we're all complaining about them, but we lost those pop-ups during the 4.0 preview. Right? Mm-hmm. Everybody was having a black screen. Everybody was complaining about a black screen. It's like, I get a black screen, right? Well, what actually happened is that someone that I shall not name, right? But a developer fixed another issue where when you die, we need to move the camera and move your character, and it looks like crap, right? So we didn't want to see that. And so the way to solve that was to fade out the game UI, including the pop-ups. That was it, you know? And so in this case, it was if you got disconnected, then the pop-up would go fade to black. Great. Serenity now.
All right. So we're here.
Yeah.
We're at the end.
This was raw game dev.
Going forward, I touched on this about halfway through, but going forward, with a focus on stability, performance, and content this year. This means less time available, fewer resources spent, and no patches dedicated specifically to new features. It's not that new features won't come out or they're not being worked on the background, just that instead of 10 or 15 people working on them, there's now a much smaller group, and the time, we're not going to time lock it into specific things. We're going to make good on the promise we made back with 3.0, quite honestly. Star Citizen's been this heavily feature-driven project in the past. Every 3 months or so, you know, a patch with a bunch of new features comes out that brings people back. They come in, they see the new features. It's this cycle that's existed for so many years, and we're stopping that now, and we're focusing on fixes and quality of life, and all no more. It's just from a marketing standpoint. These trailers where it's like this feature, this feature, this feature, this feature, this feature. Like those days are not here this year. That's not what this year is going to be about. So this thing I'm excited and I'm scared at the same moment, if I'm being completely honest, because we've never seen what a content-driven, stability-focused year of Star Citizen is like. It's going to be different. And like anything else with Star Citizen, it's going to change and evolve over the year, because somebody will have an idea in April and we'll tweak this, and somebody will have another idea in June and we'll tweak this. So all we know is that it's going to be different. It's going to be different, hopefully better, but it's not what we've done before. Do you think this is scary? And more importantly, why is now the time for the change?
Well, I think first of all, it is very scary, right? Because it's a change of how we've been doing things forever, right? Which is like a focus on transformational change to the game, and constant evolution. Whereas now we're focusing on hardening and playability and looking at, what players are doing in the game and going like, everybody's hitting this problem, like, and then it's not just the voice on the side is like, hey, we should fix this, right? It's like, no, we're fixing this. Like every director in the company is going to be on top duty for this, right? But what's scary is that how did Jens frame this for us? He said that stability and performance heightens hunger for new content and new features, right? And that's the part that's scary. That if we do achieve what we're set to achieve, we're going to need features as well, right? And
when we get to that point, then everybody's going to turn. It's like, there's nothing to do now. It's
the sushi restaurant analogy, right?
Yeah.
But it just has to be done. And the reason why it's time to do this is because we all, like Chris said it in his letter, that's the part that resonated the most to me, is like, we all acknowledge that if the game that we have now functioned the way it's supposed to, it'd be a great game, right? And that's what we want. We want a great game, and we can build on, and pass a road to get us out of alpha, right? And that's why it's time now. That's why we're committing to this.
And if there's one thing we've obviously spent a lot of time. We've obviously spent a lot of time here. Sorry, Pete, took my hand off my face. Audio guys just like, stop talking into your hand. I'm tired. If there's one thing you want to make sure people take away from this today, the letter in December, all of the refocusing and restructuring that's going on now, and from this, admittedly, a lot of talk. The proof will be in the pudding over the next year.
Yeah.
What do you want people to take away from today?
I mean, I think I want players to know that we know about the state of the game. We're not oblivious to it. We really care about making the work of our teams shine. And we're going to work our ass off to get this game stable and solid and to be the game that we want to be. I think it's about time we do that change.
Well, Spirit Wolf 655.
I think Benoit's been wanting to do that for a while, and he's just been overridden by,
trying, guys.
The other.
Benoit, thank you so much for taking your time to be here. Folks don't know this. There was the entire CTG team is here for the annual summit. There was a big celebratory party for launching server meshing and finally getting out the door. It's happening right now. It started right as we went on the air, and Benoit, chose to be here to do this instead. He chose to be here for 3 hours and face the tough conversations. Yeah, we're just about 3 hours. Damn. Thank you so much. I gotta thank David, Pete, and Lauren for sticking it out. This is not what I sold them when I said, "Come help me make the show." The community team and the player experience team are going to put up a thread on Spectrum where they discuss many of the pressing issues that we talked about today, and they're going to have you vote on which ones you think are most pressing. Obviously, we have our own internal prioritization. We've talked about the directors list and stuff like this, but it was an initiative that was really important to the top leadership. We wanted to know what you guys are thinking and what you guys are doing. So look for that. I'm not sure when it's going to go live or in what subsection. Just check it out on Spectrum. It'll be up. Thank you again, and
hopefully I don't get flamed by the game devs for my details. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see if I've still got a job back when I go to that thing. Let's see. I want to say one more thing before we go. This is give me a minute here. This is going to be a real change of topic here. In November, for IAE show episode 3, we released this puppet song that John Crew and I did. That I wrote, and this thing that I've been dreaming about. Kat, our fantastic creative director for the project, made it all happen, and so like this. And it was one of the things I was most proud of. And about an hour after that episode went live, on November 28th, I called my dad. Those who have followed the project for a while know my dad is a Star Citizen. Ever since that random day in 2017 when I got a text message, "Hey son, when is the Cutlass Red? Get this," or whatever. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? My family is not supposed to be involved in this thing. He's been a Star Citizen for a long time. I called him up because it was one of those things that I knew would make him proud and it would make him laugh. And it did. He answered the phone in a hospital bed. There was nothing to worry about at that point. He just felt a little weird. At his age, they would take precautions. And he assured me everything was fine. We watched it together and we laughed and everything was great. And we said goodbye and we talked about how excited we were to see each other at Christmas. About an hour later, he had the first of a series of heart attacks. And on December 9th, after a week of convincing me that I did not need to rush out there because he was going to be okay and everything, he passed away. And when I went back, and I'm doing all the things that a son has to do when their father passes away, I'm going through his computer, I'm going through his records and making sure everything. What I discovered was I knew he liked Star Citizen. I did not understand the breadth of involvement that he had. He retired. He retired from the Army and from the Corrections Service and from Homeland Security and all the things he did over his life. And he became a professional Star Citizen. His Discord was full of over 100 unread DMs. And as I went through them, they were all talking about Star Citizen. He was in at least 14 different Star Citizen Discords. He was in a number of organizations, and he was an officer in several. And he was able to do that because of you. I didn't talk about Star Citizen with him. We had a standing rule that when I came home for holidays and whatnot, he was not allowed to ask me a question about Star Citizen until after dinner was done and the plates were done. It was really important to me to have one aspect of my life that was not completely consumed with Star Citizen, and I made that my family. His engagement with this project was all because of you. There were Star Citizens at his funeral. There were Star Citizens at his wake. And not the worst Star Citizen I've ever been to. But what I came away with is just a profound appreciation for many of your roles in his life. His retirement was playing with you. So many of you. Names I see in the chat, I saw in the chat today, which is why I'm saying this now. So, from me, personally, thank you for being there for him when I wasn't able to be. And you made the last 6, 7 years of his life some of his happiest. So, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you for watching. Thank you for playing Star Citizen. Thank you for being the community that you've always been, even the ones that call out total BS. You're all appreciated. That's it for this show. Tune in next week. There's a BTS episode and an ISC episode about something. I can't even think about what they are anymore. Thank you. And we'll see you next week, everybody. Take care. Bye.
Thanks.
Man, he was able to say that. He got a little teary-eyed, but damn, he was able to say that without breaking. I wouldn't be able to talk about that. That was only less than 2 months ago. Shit. I didn't know that. I didn't know it. I didn't know his dad cared about Star Citizen at all. And B, I didn't know he passed away, so that's really unfortunate. Really sad to hear. So yeah, there you go. There's Star Citizen Live. 3 hours worth of questioning Benoit. What did you guys think? Let's swap this back over here. Dash Pilot, how we doing? I didn't shave. Jared shaved again. No shaving for me. There we go. Let's refresh. Start listening. Is it working? Maybe. Nope, not working. Okay, cool. Microphone. Oh, that's because that again. Why do you keep changing? Stop it. Yes, sir. Why is this not going back? What the heck? Oh, there it goes. All right. Sorry to get the closed captioning to work again. Yeah, a lot of interesting things. A lot of questions. A lot of really good questions. Like I was expecting kind of more just kind of a BS, you know, blah 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 type of a Star Citizen Live as it usually is. But they Jared actually put together a pretty good list of things and questions that people actually had, and they asked the right person. They asked Benoit, who was free to, not only does he know about all of the systems in the game, all the technical systems, and the reason that there are a lot of these type of things happening, and he understands why they happen and how to possibly fix a lot of them. He's very good at vocalizing that. A lot of the guys they get on either Star Citizen Live or Inside Star Citizen are not very good. They're programmers, they're engineers, they're not very good at like talking about, or they're afraid of what they're going to say because they're not upper management, right? They feel like, you know, they might say something and then get in trouble for it, whatever it might be. So getting Benoit in there, then you know, like he doesn't have to be really afraid of what he's saying. He's okay with it. Which is great. So it was good to hear from Benoit. He's very knowledgeable and obviously is at the very top when we're talking about all of the issues in the game, all the technical problems. So we're going to jump into the game and see if we can do some of the Phase 2 Pyro stuff. Move that back up here. There we go. Cool beans. Pink, don't cry. It's gonna be okay. Won't be all right. Let's get the game music. We are in the Guardian. See if the mission pops up.
Hello. How can Miss help you today?
So if we look at the journal here, Quick Pyro launch summary. Mission status: Phase 1, 6 of 6. Phase 2, sabotage Frontier Fighters base. When tracking and attacking Frontier Fighters supply convoys, we discovered that they had started taking over asteroid bases across the system. Don't want to let them get too settled in. The easiest way to do that is by destroying the generators. So this is a mission type that already existed. So they're just having us do that. So destroying generators, which are going to be inside of a hangar at an asteroid base. Chirac. Down here at Rab Zeno. That's sad, dude. My dad is getting up to the age of I worry about it. Anything can happen at any time, you know? And he likes video games. He's always played like Elder Scrolls games. He's played Starfield. But he, you know, he plays on a console, so he's not like a Star Citizen person. So, but yeah. He shares in some of the passion. Have you guys been trying to do these missions? Are they working? So it's an asteroid base generator destruction mission. So it's not that much different than ones I've done before and I've had success with. Is Zool even attempting to play, or is he doing something else now? Oh, he's on Mechabellum. Alrighty. We'll give him a bang. Beep, boop, beep. I do wish it gave you these missions in locations that were a little bit close to you. Closer. Tends to send you all around Pyro. Can be a little annoying. Love the detail on the ship. New objective, destroy power generators.
Contact received.
Alright, oh, let's get to where we can use the old joysticks. Well, a bunch of people here.
Shield on.
Holy crap, there's a lot of people here. A ton of NPCs. My gosh. That's a Vanguard and it's heading this way.
Contact received. Shield under. Target destroyed.
Don't hit me.
Contact received.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Target destroyed. Shield under attack.
Another Vanguard. Being just as laggy as the last one. Holy shit, he almost hit me. You mind, like, not lagging out so much? That would be great. Who is still shooting at me? There he is. Another Vanguard. How many Vanguards are out here? Is all leftover from someone else's mission, or does this mission spawn this many? Holy shit.
Under attack. Target destroyed.
7? 7 what? Is this another one? No, that's a dead ship. Get rid of those. Look at all the empty ships over there. None of them. Elliot.
Shield under attack.
Where are the turrets over here?
Target destroyed.
So hard to see. Foggy. I think it's on the other side of the rock. Yeah, it is. He on the other side of the rock? He is. Is that a Valkyrie? It is a Valkyrie. I don't know why these guys are being so laggy. I don't remember them being this bad. Is that a new thing? The server's gotten worse.
Target destroyed.
These Omnis guys do a lot of damage. Another dead ship. stagger work on this thing? Yeah, it does. Another Connie. There it goes. Here's the turrets. Gotta be careful with those. Oh shit. Alright. Turrets can shoot at me from there. Is this the top? Are we at the top of this thing right now? Able to hit me from there too. Really hard to tell with all of this fog, like where I need to go exactly to get to the point where these turrets can't hit me. The terrapin.
Target friendly. Caution. Target friendly. Caution. Target friendly. Shield factor attack.
Okay. I must just be kind of confused as to where I am exactly. Hold on. Get out. I need to approach from down this way. It's so hard to see. It's so freaking dark. And foggy. Gonna hit an asteroid. Here's the bottom. This is where I need to be. This should be good, if I remember correctly. I had to give Loki a bath and a blow dry. Blow drying a Pomeranian is a time-consuming process. Miss anything good on SCL? I mean, if you want to hear what Benoit has to say about everything, and he gives very detailed explanations, a lot of good questions were answered. Definitely worth a watch. It is 3 hours long, though. They did a bit of a deep dive. Trying to remember. Where the entrance is. There we go. Oh, these power generators are not in the hangar area. Okay. So this is slightly different than the traditional one. Someone should make a Cliff Notes version? Huh. A little hard to do a Cliff Notes version. Cliff Notes from Benoit is they are very aware of a lot of the problems. And are once again telling us that they're going to fix them. But it will not be an instant process. But it is the focus of the year. That's what they're saying. How will it actually look? Jared said it very well. The proof's going to be in the pudding. What the? Oh my god! Holy fuck. Hello. How are you? Good to see you. Dear Lord.
I won't last long here. Move in position.
My gosh, man. Oh, hello. That was a grenade. That was a lot. Holy shit. Rex is trying to watch it, pauses every minute to talk to chat for 5 minutes. Yeah, that'll draw it out for a while.
Oh, after I kill
There we go. Oh my gosh. There's still like multiple over here.
Shit, missed. Oh, I am gonna make you pay for this.
Do they just keep spawning? My goodness. This is crazy. Woo-wee! Didn't I ever told you you should take backup into those places? Nobody wants to play video games with me. Zool retired from Star Citizen as well, so... Okay, so we repulled that. Alright, well let's... Okay, none of them are back here. That was a lot of freaking dudes. Are they done spawning? See if I can take this shit out. Someone just threw a grenade. I don't see anybody in there this time. Give me a dilute. Got an arm injury. Nice. Ugh. Who threw the grenade? Oh, there he is. There are more of you? This one's down here. Oh boy. We did it! Let's see if it actually counts. Gonna try and hide some sunglasses? Oh god, are you doing streets? You doing some dandies? Hopefully more of the normal people that are here don't spawn out of nowhere. That would be unfortunate. This guy's got dual FS9s. This guy looks like a Ninetales. Any of you guys have some P4? No? No P4? Yeah, P4? No? Oh, you had P4. Grenada? Okay. Let's leave. Streets is a little tough. I find Streets harder than Lighthouse on PvE. On the dock by Lumber. Oh, that's a different one. Yeah. Alright, how do I get back to the ship? Where even is the ship? Hello? Uh-oh. I don't see an icon from a ship. Parked it over here. It'll be close by. There it is. I don't know why doesn't have an icon. You have joined the channel. Alright, let's see if it registered that in the journal. Phase 2 summary. Mission status, 1 out of 6. Alrighty then. What is close by here? We are kind of close to Pyro 5, which means Gaslight is right there. Doesn't want to jump to Gaslight. What about this? There we go. Is that it? That right there. We can jump from right here. Oh man. Yep.
Quantum travel complete.
Put out here. We can go to here. Bit of a cooldown, isn't it?
Quantum travel engaged.
Think the ship could do for a little bit of repairs. I gotta fix my arm. Need to hydrate. Snack rate. Snack rate in the game? Snack rate.
Quantum fuel at 50%. Quantum travel complete.
A couple of people here. Got a spirit and another guardian. Guardian.
Shield on. Landing gear down.
Okay, we're gonna get out to make sure that this actually goes through. A bit of repair, a little bit of rearm, a little bit of refuel.
Welcome to the ASOS Vehicle Retrieval System. Your vehicle has been moved. Please visit us again.
Please visit us again. Hopefully the elevator works. So, looks like they're saying we could possibly get 402 tomorrow in PTU, but if not tomorrow, then Monday or Tuesday.
Quality medicines that you need at a price you're gonna love. Count the Rx. Feel better, save more.
Floor 1, room 2. I don't have to take the elevator? Really? Is this floor 1? Or do I have to take the elevator? Fuck! Lame. Just use the stairs. I will get right on that. They needed a sign here that tells you, like, which direction to go for which rooms. Because the thing up here doesn't really tell you. Room 2, right? I don't think I have any armor on right now. Which I should probably fix. It's probably why I got an injury. Ding, ding, ding.
Count Rx. Medicine isn't only about healing. It's about being your best.
Alright, so we can, let's see, put this away. Drink one of these. Delicious. Okay. Do 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 do. Get a new contract here. We can. Unavailable. All right, gotta wait for another one. Am I able to go back straight to my hangar? That's the question. Is the elevator gonna work? That's the other question. Elevator location lobby. This one does not seem like it's working. This one also does not seem like it's working. We may have just got ourselves stuck at Gaslight. Oh, that guy worked. Is that the only one that works? Oh no. Well, that's not good.
Just another day then.
So many people here. So many people here. We're screwed. We're gonna have to figure out, try and change shards. Got ourselves stuck at Gaslight. What the fuck? Oh, that's unfortunate. Unfortunate. Step Poppy? Yeah. Got the 6 out of 6. Yep, we're done. We got it. It's finished. Let's see if these work.
Welcome to the ASOS vehicle retrieval system.
This is a Hornet.
Vehicle selected. Your vehicle has been delivered to... Please visit us again.
Yay! We did it! Okay, good.
All systems online.
No priority.
Takeoff complete.
Apparently we're in a queue. Managed to not lose this ship. We gotta wait till we get there before they'll show up. There we go. Go to asteroid base. I really need to get that to hopefully attach the name of the asteroid base you're going to on it. Of course, it's all the way over here. Rab tongue. Nice Mirai Guardian. Thanks, Pancakes. Thank you so much. Doot 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 doot. What it says? Oi. Do a startle. Got these ridiculously long QT times. No. Glass over here. Alright. Startle of the day is going to be the F7CM. I mean, we were close. Pretty close. Bigger and more expensive. With cargo, more crew. Hull D. Oh shit, it's a MISC. Freelancer Max. Starlancer considered 4? Oh, well, shit. Oh. Well, it was a Starlancer Max. Congratulations. You got it. Why did I just... Oh. Still dropping out. Wait, I don't have it on play capture. Pro stream. Well, I swapped it back to game capture, so. We can do the observer mode. Hold on one sec. There you go. Observer mode. Wow, what a picture. Hell am I supposed to guess here? Reclaimer, I don't know. The mole. A corsair. A spirit. A1. A hull. Hull A.
Quantum drive is now off.
A herald. What the hell? That looks like a caterpillar. Oh, it is a caterpillar. Caterpillar. Alrighty, good job, everybody. Good job.
Shields online.
That was all pancakes.
Shields offline. Bogey. Shields online.
Oh, here we go. My gosh, that's so many enemies. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Golly. Oh, great, a terrapin.
Lock. Bogey. Shields hit.
The Pisces. Run.
Target destroyed.
That ain't it. Who's attacking me in the butt? An Aurora? Now I'm scared.
Target destroyed. Bogey.
Okay, there's a lot more than just freaking 6 here. Holy crap. Why are there so many people here?
Target destroyed. Shields hit.
That is a vulture. That is a vulture with one arm.
Target destroyed.
That is a dead vulture. What is this guy? Oh, it's in like an 85X or some shit. Looking tiny.
Bogey.
Oh, he's getting shot at by someone else. What the heck?
Shields
The Saber was shooting at that 85X. That's crazy.
destroyed.
I guess they're not. Oh my gosh, there's still so many more, dude. Why are there so many people here?
Target destroyed.
Ah, it's a raft. I gotta focus on something else.
Bogey.
Oh, Pisces. Oh, shit. What guns are making those noise? NN13, NN12, NN cannons.
Target destroyed. Target destroyed. Bogey.
Is that everybody that was shooting at me back here? Yeah. I don't want to get shot at by turrets. I'm gonna get shot at by turrets up here. Another vulture. Oh my gosh, not the vulture. Why am I getting shot at by a vulture?
Bogey. Target destroyed.
For some reason the missiles are not locking.
Bogey. Shields hit. Target destroyed. Bogey.
If only the Eclipse had accessible components. Might take some stuff out of it.
Target destroyed.
There's so many freaking ships here, dude.
Target destroyed. Shield down.
Shield down. Oh shit. The fuck? Were we getting hit by turrets? I'd have to assume we were getting hit by turrets. Wasn't these? Oh my god! Maybe it is something else. I don't know what it is. Owies. Was it the turrets? Had to have been. That's so much damage so fast. This is the bottom right here. Where we want to go. Where is that? The other side? Whoa, shit, fuck. That thing inside of the asteroid? Well, I don't know if the ship is going to last out here, but I guess we'll find out. Let me see it. I don't think there's somebody else in here. Yeah, door cycled this way too. Looks like there's another player in here. Yep, other players in here.
You wanted this fight? Go ahead. Go.
Trying to wait for some shooting.
Someone's just...
Oh, here we go. Sounds like an FS9.
Picked the wrong guy to screw with.
Someone just threw a nade?
Yeah, you owe me the occupied.
Okay, maybe there's not another player. Otherwise, these guys would have been shooting at him. These guys fighting somebody else? I don't know who else they'd be shooting at. Like two different factions were fighting each other. Interesting. Buongiorno. What are you doing, signor? Custodians get stuff on it. Grenade launcher. Let's see, did I hear correctly what they hinted at as 3 stage of this event? I don't remember hearing that. Well, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if there was a final phase of it. Would not surprise me. Pyro versus Weeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeee Ow.
I'll cover you.
Let me guess. It's gonna be like a Frontier Fighters Idris versus UE Idris. It's gonna be another Idris battle. Always an Idris battle. Animus missile launcher. Animus. Nothing in heroes. Jericho? Bring back the Jericho? I'd be okay with whatever they do if it would work. All it needs to do is work. Yeah, there were multiple factions here. I think you had the Outlaws, you had the Frontier Fighters. Like these guys right here. This just looks like a regular outlaw. And then these guys. More outlaws. Here's Frontier Fighter right here. Frontier fighters are pretty much the same as Xenothreat, except they seem to hate Pyro instead of aliens. Yeah. Nobody had some... Oh, yeah, you do. Some of that PFO. Alright, did it count? Let's see. 2 out of 6. There is a lot of ship fighting you gotta do getting into here. I think there's like the normal NPCs that are like at these asteroid bases that belong to the faction here. And then you have like multiple frontier fighter ships, I'm assuming, that are also spawning. Because they were kind of fighting each other as well. Well, they need to make Xenothreat be more, you know, I don't know. Oh, hey. An open C8R. How conschmeenschment. Oh, God. The turret almost blew me up within it. Oy. That's a very bright light. Which way do I go? I don't know. I'm not getting an icon for my ship. Making it very easy to lose my ship. Did park pretty close though. I think I gotta go more. Wait, hold on. Trying to remember here. Is it the other way? I think it's the other way. Yes, this way. Oh, there it is. There's my ship. But yeah, they need to make Xenothreat be more like alien central, right? Like they hate aliens, make it or be around something that is... Get some aliens involved, you know? Get some alien ships involved. Maybe they put in a distribution center that manufactures, you know, ships with alien tech, right? And Xenothreat is focused on going after those manufacturers or something. I don't know. Since they are not, like, probably not putting the actual aliens in the game for a while, I would guess. I think we need some repairs. What do y'all think? Looks a little bit rough. Speaking of which, looking forward to get nixed in the next 20 years. Yep. Sad to hear about Jared's dad. A lot of people that, I mean, I know it's just a video game, but a lot of people that were looking forward to playing this game when it was completed that are no longer with us. How many missions? I'm at 2 out of 6. So I would need 4 more. There's a Polaris right there. Just doing Polaris things. I'm surprised the repairs are not more than that. The repair's gonna work. I mean, I'm not surprised it's taken this long, to be honest. We got some wings back, but we still missing some paint. No service needed. Come on. Rearm. Couldn't get out. Store it, pull it back out.
Welcome to the ASOS vehicle retrieval system. Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility.
Yeah. Yep. Lots of scope creep. I mean, it's crazy because, I mean, you, after listening to the Star Citizen Live today, you kind of realize that the plans for this year were also the same as we've been getting for the last 10 years. Just more features, more features, more features. There were no plans for stability until, you know, everybody was the outcry of frustration that we all had. Otherwise, we literally would have just gotten the same shit for another year. Why does it say it's on pad? Oh, there it goes. Make more features, make more features, make more features. And half-assed features that only work 20% of the time. I don't think Benoit said that. I think Jared said that. Maybe I'm mistaken, though. It was a 3-hour-long thing. I don't remember who said what. So, where's it going to put me? I broke my character. Just some music. Yeah, seems that way. I don't know. Probably. Trying to figure it out, man. Just trying to figure it out. For FPS is high? Yeah, it's because there's only 29 people. Well. Oh. Oh. The only time I've had cockpit sounds disappear is when I get into the fly into the hangar. I had audio earlier. The only time I lose any of that sound is, like I said, when I'm coming into a hangar to land. Did that just say Crusader Seraphim? Motherfucker. Oh, apparently I still wasn't wearing the arms. I guess I forgot to grab them and put them on. I need to turn off the game music. No YouTube today? I'm on YouTube. Wait. I'm on YouTube, right? Yeah, I'm on YouTube. I'm on the YouTubies. What's going on, Mr. Mad Weasel? Could be. Well, I guess we gotta go back to the old Pyro, huh? Some bitch.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
What do I have here? Anything? The Fortune. A Pisces. We'll just grab the Zeus.
Your insurance claim has been set.
Do the old Zeusy. Didn't pop up. No worries, no worries. Yeah, I started almost 5 hours ago, so about 1 o'clock. How's the verse? Well, let me tell you what.
Please visit us again.
The hangar floor, or the hangar elevator, just disappeared on me, and I fell to my death in Pyro, and now I'm back in Stanton. So, I don't know if that tells you anything.
To the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
I was able to complete 2 of the Pyro Phase 2
Your insurance claim has been set. Please
missions. So there's that. Why are these not stacked? Is that all of the ammo I have left? I guess we can go buy some while we're waiting. Yeah, so a normal day, yep. Did you watch the whole Star Citizen live? Oh shit, was that did an elevator just fly by my face? Is that what that was? That was an elevator. An elevator just flew by my face. Oh my god. About the last half. It was a bit of a deep dive. PvE, I know. Player versus elevator all the time. There's a shop here, right? Over here? Yeah. Ship it, baby. Oh, wait. Too late. I can buy more than that. Wow, a whole bunch of it. There we go. There we go.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Your insurance claim has your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility. Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been please visit us again.
I wish all of these missions weren't in Pyro, because that's where like a majority of the problems have been. Like, I tend not to run into as many, like, hangar and elevator problems in Stanton. I like Pyro. It's just extremely buggy right now. Thing is so confusing. This has 2 points. I don't even know. This power management is like not working. Need to make sure I remember to set my spawn out here. I thought I had set it in Pyro, but apparently I did not. Whoops. Ugh. Curious what they did manage to get into 4.0.2. I know it ain't gonna be the end all be all, but hopefully they got some of the major stuff at least temporarily fixed. Fingers crossed. I like this paint. This kind of paint I like. I like the dark with the light highlights. What is with all the little red arrows? Like a ton of them. These are where the screws are. In case you're wondering where the bolts are that hold this panel on, we're pointing at them. I think it's like yellow tinted glass. Bim, 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 bim. There it is. Jump point detected. What the Vanguard doing? Raven Tengu. Got all the ships out here. Just an abandoned Polaris over there. An abandoned Cuddy Black right here. An abandoned Aurora, I think. Pull me in, Daddy. I'm ready. I'm a rebel. I go my own path. Woo! Whee! Guess I could set a spawn point here for now.
Please proceed to assigned landing bay.
That was loud. Alright, from now on, remind me not to touch the freaking elevator pad until it is completely stopped moving. We feel that while we're out. It still says Mirai Guardian up here. on the top. Look at all the spermy suits. Where's the clinic here? Not here. The hab. There it is. All right.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location. Your vehicle, please visit.
Lots of people over here. Wonder why they decided to make these so they weren't shareable. Was it like having an issue with making it shareable, or are they just a conscious decision to not have them be shareable? Alright, I will be right back. Alright. Alright. We there yet? Oh my god. This thing's got a slow ass drive in it. What does the Zeus come with? Zeus ES. Could be size 2, right? The small, slow size 2. It comes with a Chaos, which goes up to 201. Not the best. I miss my XL1. They've locked it. Can't get my XL1 no more.
Quantum fuel is at 75%.
Yeah, it is. Player versus elevators. Yep. Yo, Villager, have a good night, sir. Enjoy your sleep. Don't work too hard tomorrow. It is Friday, after all. Nope. We dropped out 8.5 and GM away. Guessing mission's not going to pop up still, right? No. All right.
Quantum drive is now on.
Monarchs.
Quantum drive is now on.
Salvage. Nothing's popping up. Wink. There we go. They got base and outpost. Pyro 1. Destroy assets. Uh-oh. Well, I guess we'll see if this one works. Pyro 1 sucks. That place has ridiculous atmosphere. And we get to QT jump again. Whee! Definitely my favorite activity. I don't know about you guys. Oh shit. It's so blue. Destroy assets. Okay. And stay a little bit up here so we can have a little bit of speed. Further down you go, the denser this place gets. So if we're destroying assets, might need to do it from here. What do they have? What is that? No. That was easy. Were there any people here? I have to assume that there would have been. I don't see anybody. That one count? See if that one counted. Did. Priority. Well, if all of them are that easy, we'll just do that. It's much easier than the, So according to our display here, Pyro 1 has, at this, down this low, has almost double the amount of atmospheric pressure as, I'm assuming that's related to Earth. What that's related to. Is that on the same planet? No. 64 GM away. Probably like Bloom or something. Once you get up here, it's not as bad. So it is a pretty low atmosphere ceiling, but once you get down there, it is, it's a wee bit slow. They might have fixed it. I think it was actually a lot worse before. Maybe they fixed Monox. I don't know. It was pretty bad. Alright, where are we going? Terminus. Going to Terminus. Gotta figure out what I'm doing for dinner. %. Hopefully we can make it there. Should be okay. Why does this quantum drive feel so much slower than it actually is? Or what it seems like it should be? Is 200,000 actually that slow? Doesn't seem like it should be. Got here with about 450k left in quantum fuel. Terminus. Wee. What we got over here? We have a Corsair. That thing actually landed. Let's go find out. Looks like it. Terminus has some serious atmosphere too. Was this guy like rock mining or something? He's got his ramp open. Oh, there's another person over here. No, hull A. This guy's got attritions on here. Or wait, is that ardors? No, attritions. I don't think you can get ardors that big. His ramp is open, or his elevator's open too. If they're not size 4s, I'd slap them on here. I'm guessing they're not size 4s. Guess we can go see. You technically can put size 4s on it. Let's find out. I'm assuming this thing's not already open. That looks like size 5 to me. Looks size 5. So he's got a little mix going on here. Wonder if this is a executive? No. Not an executive. Wonder what kind of QT drive he has though. Let's see. That would be something I would take if it's a good one. If it was an executive one, then it'd have a pretty good one in it, but it's not. You got a mule in it. Interesting. What? Oh, we need to open up the ports. What happened? Always wonder what happened to these abandoned ships sometimes, you know? What's the story behind it? Alright, they're unlocked. I think the QT drive is in this little middle section here. This right here. A torrent. I don't think torrent's good. Torrent, no, same speed as what I have. Pretty much same exact stats as the one that the Zeus has, except for the Zeus QT drive, the Chaos, has a shorter cooldown time. So it's technically a little bit better in that regard. Other than that. Alrighty. Disappointing. Yeah, these are size 5s. Can I even fit these on the cargo grid in here? I don't think so. Oh well, who needs a cargo grid? This is what I'm talking about when it comes to physics in this game. Like, Benoit claimed that this game has, like, some of the best physics, but they really got to work on, like, objects touching each other. That's a huge problem. And I know he did touch on that a little bit. Alright. I only want the rest of them.
System on. Welcome to Roman Space Industries. Enjoy the work.
Couple of size 5 attritions off of this abandoned Corsair right here.
Take off. Landing gear raised.
I wouldn't have minded some size 4s, then I could have put them on this thing, but I'll take some size 5s. Those things are like 200k a pop. If only you could sell them for a little bit, you know? I wish you could sell that stuff. They just have to make it so it's not abusable somehow. Oh my god. Terminus Atmo is worse than Pyro 1. It's like 2.5 here. So are there any NPCs at these missions? I don't really see anybody. Are these just assets that were taken out? Is that all? This one is like so much easier than the asteroid base one. I don't see any NPCs down here either. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Alright, so on Terminus. So one of the big issues right now is I could go to like one of these outposts on Terminus. Well, Ruin is right there, but if I didn't have a station nearby, if I needed to refuel at an outpost, problem is a lot of times refueling isn't working unless you can store the ship. But luckily we've got Ruin right here. For sure. But let's see. Was that 3 or 4? It was 4? Yeah, we're at 4. Good old Ruin. Probably gonna get stuck there. So to try and avoid getting stuck, what we're gonna do, we're gonna land, we're gonna refuel, We're gonna store it. We're gonna pull it back out. We're gonna leave. And we're not gonna go inside at all. We're gonna avoid going inside. Oh. Well, look at that. There's a hostile Avenger Titan here. An NPC. We fixed 2,900 bugs. Oh shit. Nice. I totally meant to do that. 100% on purpose. Alright, refuel. My Mark II nose turret wasn't one? Nope. What's wrong with the nose turret? Currently? Oh. Is it fixed? I mean, what was wrong with it? Are you saying like you couldn't replace parts on it? It wouldn't shoot at all? I mean, mine was firing. I haven't tried to replace any of the parts on it. The Ghost and the Tracker had no guns and you couldn't use... Oh, I don't know about that. So I have this. I can check this one. This is a base Mark II. My executive one was working. I can check my base one. Oh, F7A is fine. Gotcha. So it's just the Mark II Ghost and Tracker? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know either of those, so I can't look. Didn't come with guns and you couldn't add them. So basically all it has is the 2 wing guns. The two, are they size 4 or what size are they on the wings? Because aside from the nose turret and the ball turret, the only other guns on that ship are the 2 wing ones. They do have size 4 on those ones. So that's all you have is the 2 size 4s. I almost made a fatal mistake again. I stepped onto the elevator before it was done. That could have been bad. I mean, are the Ghost and the Tracker... I mean, I'm not saying that it shouldn't have a working nose turret, but are the Ghost and the Tracker supposed to have that much armament on them? The Ghost is meant to be like more of a stealth ship, and the Tracker is supposed to be more of like a interceptor scanner, right? Not that that really means a whole lot right now. I mean, you can do stealth, but... Okay, it says we are full on QT fuel again. They do have a nose turret, but the mounts are busted? Gotcha. That's funny because they just came out with those new variants too. Or the Mark II. Cougar bait. Oh, look, he's in a 300. The man after my own heart. Another abandoned Corsair. Ooh, maybe it's a executive. it's an executive, I can grab the QT out of it. Can you scan and see if it's an executive? It'll be named an executive on it. Like the Hornet is. Great Corsair. No. Not a PYM executive one, just a regular one. So this will say, you can actually look and see what parts are in it. Warrant, yeah, so it's basic, okay. Not letting me QT anywhere. When you try to jump to Terminus from here, it doesn't let you. It tries to send you to the star first. But I can jump straight to Rough Landing from here. Maybe. It doesn't send me through the planet. Seems to be working. Alright. Well, I need to eat dinner. So we're just going to come over here. Turn that off. Turn that off. Let's see if we can bed log. I'm going to go eat dinner. We got 4 out of 6 done, so we only need 2 more. Not bad. Not bad. I forgot where everything is here. Is this the beds? Nope, that's the kitchen. Is this the beds? Here we go. Does this one even let you bed log in it? Are you allowed to bed log here? There we go. Log out. Nice. Ballin'. Not even 6 hours slacker. Wow, dude. Why are you so mean? You know what? I'm not playing Tarkov with you anymore. How about that? Hmm? What do you think of that? Little shit. What do you... I played with you this morning. Golly. Nothing's ever good enough for you. All right. GG's YouTube. We'll catch you guys tomorrow. I'm going to be doing some Kingdom Come Deliverance tomorrow. So we will catch you on that. We are going to raid out to Mr. Varric Storm here on Twitch.
Looks like it's done.